different. This is magnificent, man. And I like this. I enjoyed myself to the fullest, and I can't wait to come back on. I can't wait to see it, see more of the people on here.
And it's also wonderful to hear people talk sanely to each other.
I mean, yes, pain is inevitable. I mean, there's a reason we have these sensors in our body. I mean, they're warning signs. In other words, something hurts. Obviously, something is amiss.
That's the standard, especially on film. When the film, the cameras weigh in on your soul. If you commit to not putting crap out there, you can actually make a difference, certainly for yourself, and maybe something about the soul.
And we're just beginning to unlock and comprehend the true nature of the universe, in my humble opinion. And we still have no definitive proof that life exists outside of our solar system.
And I would ask him to come with me back to early 2023 to save my son's life.
My father passed away. She's an only child. Her mother had passed away. She didn't have any family. And she asked me to walk her down the aisle. That's the part that changed.
It's just that cruel moment of when you realize there is no hope. That tears at me, but it doesn't tear at me anymore because there was hope. I hung on just long enough to come out the other side. And here I am. Look at me, all beautiful and stuff.
But now you're going to bring your garbage and war out into space. Well, we're not going to let that happen.
The high tide's going to come. You're not going to be able to overcome at least what technology has created.
And they were rebuilding that country at a cost.
Their truth is the truth that we imbue in them, to be kind, to be civil.
And I was like, oh my God, I'm not all the names that the kids were calling me on the playground. I was dyslexic. It was a recognition.
Continue to work as hard as you can, because by working, Avi, you will keep yourself busy and get used to the grief. The grief will build up. Two people, two different stories.
It was a life-changing moment because I was no longer allowing myself to be a victim.
Another trio of questions, now more underrated. We have Billy D. Williams, Italian men named Skippy or Unicycle.
I'm sorry, Italian men named Skippy. Put me away, Avi. That's
Archie Bunker, the mountain climber. Ralph Cramden, the yoga instructor, or Don Corleone, the computer repair person.
It's clearly an issue with the hard drive. I'm going to go Don Corleone.
The bed actually looks like a bed. ED. If you think about it, lasagna is just spaghetti-flavored cake. I don't know. Have we ever thought about this? That the object of golf is to play the least amount of golf. Think about it. That's golf in a nutshell.
Yep. That's true.
Yes.
Yeah. That's true.
That's the object.
Where I went around, I visited all the adults first in the cancer, the Stony Brook University Cancer Center, and then I visited the children. And I would say the adults were at least as enthused and joyful to see Santa.
And so Mr. Ventura, I said, I don't know if you remember me. He says, of course, Jacques Rougeau, I remember you, the Rougeau brothers, And when he said that to me, it was like, holy shit.
I got a chance to get to know Joe Weeda. Joe like a second father to me. He took me under his wing. He introduced me to art. He introduced me to history.
I had a blast. I want to dance with somebody.
There we go.
I'll do it.
I do too right now, guys and gals. And
when you say videotape, I'm gonna say it once again to all Jake's peoples, all them Braves fans. Hey, y'all, appreciate y'all. You know I love you and keep rooting for them Braves.
But I was going, Tom, Don, I'm a true fan. Yo, I never watched all of your movies through, Tom, because they scared the crap out of me. Love y'all, man.
Pleasure. Great to meet you. It's great to meet you too, Trey.
Avi, you did a great job.
Amos.
Man, what an introduction. I hope I can live up to that. God bless you.
Last name McMahon, first name Jim. Welcome, my friend, to the second round reveal show.
Avi, always great to hear your voice, kid, and to hear your intros. You're amazing.
I welcome a power player and businessman. Last name Rosenthal, first name Steve.
Avi, you are unbelievable.
No, please.
That was one of the best introductions I've ever had in my entire life. It was better than my bar mitzvah.
Welcome this man, last name Davidson, first name Tommy.
Nice. Now, I think that's the best intro I've ever had.
Oh, I appreciate that, my friend.
Grab your mommy. Here's Tommy.
Did you have a nice time tonight in the green room?
I had a great time. I can't tell you how refreshing it is that somebody knows what they're doing.
Avi is a poet, but he doesn't know it, but his feet show it. You're unbelievable.
$15,000, trip for 2 to Greece, winning it all, competitive juices. Are they all there, Joe?
Man, the competitive juices don't stop.
Robert, would you like to win this entire tournament?
You know, all those luminaries and athletes and strongmen notwithstanding, the most dangerous place on this show is between me and that prize. That's all I'm going to say.
I am here to destroy people, to win, put out the rhymes that make things say that be so kind, and then hit you in the butt, because I'm ready to win this all. It's all about me going to Greece with my wife and my family and having a great time. Let's win this. Let's win this.
Oh, are you here to win the whole darn tournament?
I don't play. I just win.
There are those of us who like to venture to the unexplored, to see the beauty in the strange and unknown. Those of us who go out there with a sense of wonder. It's the magic of risking everything for a dream that nobody sees but you.
Beyond this place of wrath and tears looms but the shadow of the shade. Yet the menace of the years finds and shall find me, unafraid. God, it matters not how straight the gate, how punishment charged the scroll. I am the master of my fate. I am the captain of my soul.
I have to remind myself that some birds aren't meant to be caged. Their feathers are just too bright. And when they fly away, the part of you that knows it was a sin to lock them up does rejoice. Let me tell you about a voice. The one that whispers. It tells me what's right and what's not, when to leave and where to go. It's not Shakespeare. It does not speak in memorable lines. My inner voice always gives it to me straight. Tells me who my real friends are, when to say yes, when to say no. Whether the person sitting next to me is the one I'll be spending the rest of my life with.
You already know that dedication, hard work, and perseverance gives positive results.
Let your instincts guide you.
Your 15 minutes are up. You better start thinking of something else. What else to do? What do I want to do? I picked a day that I was going to go to the Taxi and Limousine Commission to try and get my license. And the day before I decided to go, I got a call from my agent. Paul Newman is casting, wants to see you. Getting a job is like having money in your pocket. If you got it, you can get it. Strangely enough, so this was in September. By October, I had a TV job, an off-Broadway show. I was directing a play, and I was going to be in January going to do this movie. It was called Harry and Sons. Go figure. What would you do if you weren't an actor? If you didn't make it as an actor, what would you do? I have no idea. I would act somewhere, because I'll die if I don't.
Basketball Hall of Fame and one of the NBA's top 50 players. And I'm really excited to tell you about my new relationship in the broadcasting world with the new network.
It's TKN, and a young man named Avi Klein has poured his blood, sweat, and tears into creating this new network and assembling an amazing group of individuals to co-host shows with him throughout the network, covering everything you can imagine. He's assembled artists, authors, film entertainers.
Legends from every walk of life who are just bringing their knowledge and their experience and their wisdom, and this is amazing. Like in a day and age when our airwaves are just completely oversaturated with false narratives, with social media futility, with craziness, Avi just is I feel like this is a cosmic convergence of what is most important to him, and he's such a stand-up guy.
Here, but with a very warm heart for Avi, and thanking him for all the work he's put into creating the new network. For me, I have just a teeny part of this in terms of having a program that's based on storytelling, where I get to share some of my stories with you.
I can't even imagine how hard Avi Klein worked. he tells me he gets 4 hours of sleep a day, and I actually believe that because Avi is so passionate, he works so hard.
And tune into Avi's network because there's a lot of jewels that we're going to uncover.
I'm going to be tagging up again with my great friend and tag team partner Avi Klein for Breaking the Ice, which will be just one show out of many, many that are part of the new network.
He's very respectful, and he really connects with the artists and his audiences, and I felt like this guy's on to something, and I'm proud to be a part of this with him.
Avi, congratulations. I don't know anybody that can talk as much as you. Seriously, I thought I could talk. You are unreal. But you do it with class, understanding, professionalism. You're simply amazing. I told you that when I first met you. And you ran off my autobiography. It basically was a book. It was simply fantastic. And to think that you do that every show.
The thing is you put out a stage out here. You give us a floor to go on of competition, and everybody can relate to having competition.
I just think it's going to be, a lot of fun for people. I don't think people like this on the air. I don't think really. No, there isn't. I just think it's going to be I'm very interested in how people respond to it, because I know it's going to be interesting and see if people tune in and stay tuned in. And I really hope they do. And, I'm all yours, bro. Let's go out and make this work. All right? Talk to you soon. Okay, bye.
This is it. We are 1 week away from round 2 of the celebrity tournament. Howard, Jamie, how are you feeling tonight, right this second, right now, on episode 208 of The Green Room, the final stop before round 2 begins?
I'm so excited, Chad Dixon. Everybody is excited. That's almost a silly question, but I see where you're going with it. Tonight, we're going to find out a couple different things, and there's going to be, some more pieces that shake out in this whole thing, which is already stunning. Stunning. Did anybody create a rhyme for Avi? I know I didn't. I started to think of it like all of a sudden, and then I thought, I don't know. I feel like he has an asthma attack nearly every Saturday, and I got 2 lines. And
maybe really quick. This is going to be the last time I get to do this before it's all every woman and man and child for themselves. I'm going to do this real quick. Dímelo! Yeah. Okay, got that out my system. I am super pumped. I'm super excited, very much because of the fact that this is the last time, in a sense, we'll be able to kind of engage with each other without being full-fledged on competitors. After tonight, it's no holds barred. It's competition. Put your game face on. All right, you're going for the juggler. You're going for the fire. And
I'm going for that trip to Greece.
yeah, me and you both. Hey, DJ Solo, what up? Howard, are you looking forward to the competition piece, Howard? I can see your eyes sparkle. I've known you a long time, right? You're letting us, after tonight, it's different, hey?
Well, look, man, everyone in the room, the elephant in the room is 2 initials, JW. We all know that is who I will be facing in round 2. That said, I'm going to be watching you, Jamie. You're in round 2. You're in round 3, so you're going to well. So I'm going to be taking notes. I'm going to be watching strategy. I'm going to be watching that rebuttals. Those rebuttals are going to be coming in. And even more importantly, you, the audience, you, the TK engine, the power will be in your hands in round 2. Why is that, Giselle? Why would the power be in their hands?
Why is that? Well, as we know, and if it's your first time tuning in, you are about to find out. There are no more ties in round number 2, which means
serious.
Hey, lean up.
If competitors are tied at the end of their match, which will consist of 2 topics this time. The points will be cumulative, but we will have 2 topics. And if competitors are tied at the end of that, one of you, the engine, will be drawn from that infamous bowl. And you are the tiebreaker. Do you understand how much power that is? Jamie, what would it be like if you were chosen as the tiebreaker for the evening? Can you imagine what that would do to you?
2 people on the chopping block, essentially, and a trip to Greece. You know, I started doing this right before I got married, and we got married on a Saturday. I took the green room off and got married. Okay, and now everything's getting up. The antes are upped. But let me tell you, I better win. You know what I mean? Seriously, not for nothing. I think it's going to get really serious. And Howard, you look excited already, buddy.
I'm excited. I'm enthralled. There's so much that I need to say as an artist, and this is so much of the platform that we have to do that in. I also know that I have to be able to watch my back. I've made some decisions that have not been very, very pleasant, to say the least. But at this point, I've crossed some lines. And right now, the most dangerous thing is when Howard has nothing else to fear. As the most dangerous Howard you can ever deal with. You know, so yeah, I'm excited about round 2. I'm excited for it to get going.
But Howard knows that. This is kind of what happens with Howard. You know, you take things a little bit further than they need to go, and
but, you know, okay.
I've known you a long time, but it bites you. It bites you a little bit.
You know, okay. Look, Phil was on. He was doing his live tonight, right? And he made this interesting point. Okay, that yes, I crossed the line. You know, but who crossed that line first? Okay, JW is the one who crossed that line. He is the one. There was an invasion of privacy when he put a camera in my own rehearsal. Okay, he shot first. All right, but you know what? That's fine. You know, because tonight it's not about me. It's about you, the engine, celebrating what round 2 is all about. All right, and I am excited about where the matches. I mean, what matches do you think we're going to find out tonight?
There are so many possible combinations. I'm not even sure I know where to begin with that. There are so many possible combinations. It's taken us 3 weeks to reveal all of the round 2 matches before we can begin. And make sure you stick around to the end of tonight's episode, because at the end of that outro, that very first match will be known. We are starting round 1 next week. The match is booked, and we will find out which competitors are kicking off round number 2. So I can't wait for that. I don't know where to begin with even thinking about matches. I have some possible dream matches in mind. Jamie, who would you like to see against each other, face each other in this setting, in this environment?
I'd love to see Brian Blair have a conversation with Jim McMahon from the Chicago Bears. I just think that would be intense, that we would all learn a lot, and that's something I'd really like to see. How about you? Is there a specific matchup? By the way, has anybody seen, we haven't seen Klein for a while. I mean, things are shaking around here. You know what I mean? And so all bets are off as to how things are going to go tonight. I mean, that's another elephant, yes or no? Maybe?
I mean, I would say so. Could possibly be definitely an elephant. But speaking of decline, I think it's just a matter of time that we bring him in, because it would be a sin not to have the presence of an Avi, because he makes everyone's day so sunny when he puts on this beautiful demeanor that makes us all think that he is just filled with greener. And I killed the rhyme, and that is all right, because there's a man who can do rhymes in this town, this TKN town, and that is the Avi of the Klein.
Grab your mommy. Here comes Avi.
In this town, we don't frown, guys and gals and pals. That's because of Howard Collado, Jamie Sparling, and Giselle. Live as we thrive in episode number 208 on the Green Room, exclusively on YouTube. That is right, guys and gals. I'm not a shill because this is free, but let your friends and family and foes, they'll become your friends. Let them know that we are on YouTube right now. Share, like, and comment. I want to see some new faces. We already have 1,125 on YouTube already. We're still on 53 Facebook pages, so even more viewership is over there. But send your friends and family over here right now. Twitch is kind of getting rolling a little slow gradually, but we're on YouTube right now, guys. Make sure this is the destination spot for you and yours on Saturday nights. Guys and gals, I reshuffle the deck because once is great. Short. Twice is fine. But 3, guys and gals, it's always about 3. We're doing it 3 times. Tonight, the third and final night, we are right now, guys and gals, experiencing what I call the calm before the storm because this is the last stop before round 2. We've been waiting. Second chance bowl matchups, 11th hour matchups, second round reveal shows, surprises, Miranda and Jamie back on TKN. We've seen everything you can imagine right now but round 2. But round 2 will begin next Saturday night, guys and gals. And anybody can win this thing. Anybody, guys and gals. It could be Howard Collado. It might be his turn to shine as he might redefine the crystalline biological structures implanted in your mind. Because in this great tournament, you won't find anyone who's deaf, dumb, and blind. And as you look, from henceforth, there she is. Her name is Giselle, riding the wind, thus eliminating competition from bird's eye view. Her voice matters as we listen from here to Peru, while she spreads knowledge like good old Dr. Drew. When round 3 begins, she'll hit you with wit. More than just a bit. Like 1992 David Spade, you might burn when exposed to her poetic grenade. Won't surprise me, guys and gals, if her potential opponents all prayed, hoping that they wouldn't have to face her for another decade. As for me, relentless. Poetic rhymes never cease. Infinity, forever smoking the mic lyrics. Naturally high, I say no to drugs, so no need to pass the Dutchie. I'm living, guys and gals. Circle, circle. I'm loving the ... Nobody can touch me. I might put you on ice like good gold medalist Dan Jansen, while simultaneously be lyrically romancing like Sam Malone and Cheers playing by 10 dancing. Jamie Sparling deserves a few paragraphs, so might smash your phonograph in half. Straight up vicious like Dr. Phil on a warpath. Howard Collado might be screaming Di Malo, looking to ride in first class, dropping melody with this cast. Causing ruckus like the aftermath when heads be turning due to a Margot Robbie sighting man with a blast.
Bam!
Facing Giselle, you might be mentally paralyzed with a presentation that she'll devise. Now I testify, we might refer to her as your highness. Cat got your tongue, and you can't match her. Blame it on your sinus, as she's blessed to electrify with voltage of an eel. Truth that she will reveal. She can crush the amateurs who scream they keep it real. How about you, the engine, the loyal fans? You'll never foil plans and leave fluids leaking like the oil pans. My coiled hands around this mic are lethal. One thought of my cerebral is deeper than a Jeep full of people. My thesis will smash a stereo 2 pieces. My capella releases classic masterpieces through telekinesis. It eases you mentally, gently, sentimentally, instrumentally, with entity, not dementedly like a suplex delivered by Model Henry. So to wrap it all up, my straight-up lyrics are fire. Don't peg me as I'm a bad boy with beats that can fracture. -30 below wind chill factor. The counteraction is just a helpless action of the helpless flinching. My supersonics leave you mute like Maggie Simpson. I practice exposing perfection like Ricky Lake exposes white trash. You feeling it again? Yeah, you. Your heart experienced some whiplash? These beats be elevating like 100 flying Elvises. Keep the ladies away when I'm in the premises. That was the old me, this is the new. The old heart let someone in as it grew and grew. I'm definitely not just some piece of meat. I'll be the one on the plane that gives you a window seat. These expressions are easy to understand. You don't need to be grasping. Instead, let it out. Speak the words and enjoy the view. From Houston to Jersey, Brooklyn, and even Aspen. So we all prepare for many battles that are positive, not mean. But losing will hit you hard like a 16th century guillotine, like a West Wing order handed down by Martin Sheen. So I can't digress as the rhymes go express, expert, extreme. Be up to par with wisdom and intellect. These rhymes will build like a skyscraper being built by an architect. Busy these days, but never for one. Yeah, aside from chess, I enjoy other board games for fun. My rap style swing like Willie Mays. My eyes purple haze. My solar razor burn through shades. Rhyme grenades, raid the airwaves. Catch this rap page. I glide like hovercrafts on the Everglades. So here we are in the green room, TKN. Coming at you like 200 fallen angels. We ballin' from every angle. We're a force like a heavy bag gold Panamanian chains that dangle. So this is our careers? Your lovely reception means the weak spot was for the ears. This Scorpio dart hits the mark, pierced the heart, of a pretty girl with no fears who needs 1,000 Richard Gears. Let's enjoy this journey as there will be no strife. As we grow old, let time and memories remind us that this is a beautiful life. The Green Room, guys and gals, live. Jamie, Howard, and Giselle.
Oh, that was fire, baby. Fire.
Episode 208. That was amazing.
We
wow,
are in the midst of great company and great friends. Bob Cook, hello. Allison, hello. Phil, hello. The Bat Pun, hello. Guys and gals, Chad's in the house. We'll see the engine later on in the broadcast. We are going to find out right now, without further ado, one announcement, because round 2 starts next Saturday. And from this point forth, every Saturday night, there will be one match. One match followed, perhaps, by either a TKN celebrity talk show or a Green Room talk show. 2 topics from now on. So the margin of error is slim to none, guys and gals. 2 topics, all cumulative. You will be voting on who resonates most with you. The votes are positive. They're positive. You're not saying someone's better than the other. You're saying somebody resonated with you on that night. But everybody wants to win. There's no shame in that. Mark Henry, everybody else, everyone who stated that, they want to win this thing. That's how we get better. Winning, guys and gals, winning allows you to do this again and learn again and make newer friends. And then, of course, be the one left standing. There's nothing wrong with competitive camaraderie. Competition ain't such a dirty word. Not when it's here under this great umbrella called TKN. So, one stipulation for the tournament. From now on, round number 2, guys, we made it. Next Saturday night is night 1, round number 2. Round 2, night number 1. Opening night of round 2. If there are triple threat matches, and there are a lot of them, I simply put the number 3 card more than I did the number 4 card in the bowl because we're going to have a lot of 3-way matchups, yes. 2 out of 3 advance in a 3-way matchup. 3 out of 4 advance in a 4-way. In a 1-on-1, only 1 advances. In the event that someone has any tech issue, regardless of why, if the person who's scheduled to compete that night has any sort of tech issue and cannot make it to the broadcast before their matchup is over, they will be the one eliminated from their match. It's the way it goes, guys. Now, I will ask you all, including Jamie, Howard, and Giselle, what they think about that, because maybe you could change my mind. Should that be the case, I say yes. You let me know. Round 2, no ties. If there's a tech issue, hey, that's the way it goes. We're here live, guys and gals. This thing's going to keep moving. And that doesn't mean they're extinct from TKN. We're doing something that captivates the masses, because we're doing it together. We believe in ensemble, guys and gals. We believe in living room conversations. This is the place where conversations, not controversy, happens every single Saturday, Wednesday, and every time you pop in TKN on YouTube, Twitch, or anywhere else. This is what you're going to get from us, our heart and our souls. But for the sake of this tournament, might be one and done. Quick reaction, and then we'll get right into the matchups because we're shuffling the deck. Some of you have new opponents. We're not leaving the broadcast tonight until every matchup is announced. I guarantee that. Don't go anywhere. And if you want a sneak peek, if you want to get the first look, very first look at our first matchup next Saturday, watch the outro at the end. You'll see the flyer of that first matchup, guys. Can you imagine being the first matchup called? There's over 45 matchups, guys and gals, in this second round. Oh my gosh, there is going to be a plethora of matchups. Every Saturday night there's going to be one. This thing won't be done round 2 until about April, May, but that's good because we're enjoying it. We're taking it in. We're growing. Guys, again, 66.5 thousand subscribers. Let your friends know and family to subscribe. It's free to do so on YouTube. It helps us out. In 9 months' time, 9 months, 66.5 thousand subscribers. Pretty good. We're also proud of the fact that we're getting 6-figure views when we go live. We appreciate that. Jamie, Howard, and Giselle, real quickly, without letting me know, don't tip your hat. Is that a bombshell? Tech problems means you're eliminated. Bombshell, yes or no?
Bombshell, yes, but expectation is, we gotta be here for the fans, and do what it is that we say we're gonna do. So I completely get that piece. I'm a little technology challenged at times, so my heart stopped. But I think it's the right thing to do.
Howard, Giselle, real quickly, 30 seconds or less, guys.
I didn't think there could be any more big news for round 2. I would feel bad if somebody had a power outage because they can't control that, but they can control everything else. But at the end of the day, it's a competition, and we all want to win, and someone has to beat 130 people. So, yeah.
I got 3 words. Check your tech, check your tech, check your tech. Okay, you're going to have a whole week
to check
tech. All right. So, if it's game time and you haven't, and something's going on, and I mean, that's how the cookie crumbles, as they say.
Guys and gals, take out your notepads. This is serious. Jot down the matchups because these are final. Now, cards subject to change. You never know. Are all of these matchups going to be set in stone? Thus far, they've been in our original tournament and in round 1 of this tournament. Every match we promoted happened. But you never know. Life happens, right? But cards subject to change notwithstanding, these are the matchups that are going to be final. And next Saturday night, there are no more reveal shows. Round 2 begins. Guys and gals and pals, here are the matchups that are already and have been announced. The ones that are not going to be altered in any way, guys and gals. Here are some of the matchups you're about to see now. Every match you see on screen, whether it's a video or me pulling names out of the envelope, every match you see right now is a second round matchup, including this.
But you had a lot of dissension in the Army itself. And I think that was because a lot of those people were not choosing to be there.
I talked to Glenn Sather, and we decided that I made a trip to Betty Ford, which probably one of the best things that happened in my life, where I got a chance to look at myself.
I saw him hoist the World Series trophy in 1985, and I said, that's exactly what I want to do.
That's going to be a epic right there. I mean, 3 powerhouses right there. Johnny Damon, JBL, Grant Fuhr. Woo! I mean, what's your take, Giselle?
We are starting strong with this match. JBL is poised. He has experience in front of the camera. He is on everybody's list to win this. He is constantly in the top 10. He is intelligent. He knows what he's talking about. He's very confident. But Grant and Johnny have heart.
We saw it.
Don't think I can call this one at all. This is going to be a really, really great one, a very entertaining one to watch. Jamie, what do you think of this match?
Competitors. They're not going to go down without a fight. As well, JBL, well, I mean, honestly, he scares the hell out of me if I had to debate him. You know what I mean? But these other 2 gentlemen are the best in their fields. They're not going to let go. They're not going to let go.
No, and yet we're also talking about different debate styles, well, different argument styles, right? JBL's going to give it to you straight. He's going to give it right to your face. I feel like Grant Fuhr had a more kind of a slower pace to how he would create his arguments, right? So already you have 2 different styles right there, right? And then let alone they could rebut each other. Who do you think might throw out the first rebuttal? That should be like a question I'd love to get everyone's thoughts on. Who's going to throw the first rebuttal?
JBL going the very first rebuttal. I mean, without a doubt, Grant Fuhr, I like the way he brings people in when he talks.
Yeah.
You know, so he definitely, but the first rebuttal, JBL, hands down.
Yeah. I want to know what the Engine thinks. Engine, throwing that question out to you guys as well. Who do you think is going to throw the first rebuttal, the first shot of round number 2?
They would know.
I would definitely agree with Jamie in this match that it's going to be JBL. He is going to go after people very hard because, of course, we all want to win, but he's not going to have any hesitation. But it's also going to be interesting because JBL had an early match in this round one in this tournament against Dan Hansen, and the tournament has evolved so much from those first matches in April, May, even June, July of 2023. So seeing him adapt to this format, which I fully think he is capable of, that's going to be something we have to look out for.
And the topics are the rub, right? We don't know what's going to happen. We're going to give maybe a little bit of time, but the topics are so much different than what they were. This might favor one of the other guys, to be totally honest, now that I think about it.
You know, we saw Graf Fuhrer obviously open up and open his heart there. And it was really beautiful. I know Johnny is capable of that. It's going to be interesting to see if JBL will go that direction too. We all know he's he's a very smart, intelligent guy. But what people really, right, the key word is not necessarily who made the better argument, but who resonated with you, right? And in my opinion, a lot of that has to do with who resonates in the heart with you, right? And
Absolutely.
That's going to be one of the things I'm going to be kind of looking out for to see if JBL's able to bring that, right?
Absolutely. The living room style conversation changes the game. The topics change the game. And I'm ready. I'm ready.
I am too. So we definitely know this match is happening. I'm pumped. It's going to be a great one. I know they're all going to bring their best. I can't wait to see what topics they have. And think about that for a second. How many topics have we already seen? Over 400.
Yeah.
I believe it's over 430 in round one. And we're having at least how many more matches in round two?
44, I think. Around that area. Yeah.
I get a migraine just thinking about that.
Each match is going to have two topics conceptualized by Avi. What else are we going to bring? Where haven't we gone yet?
Well, we can't sleep any less. You know what I mean? Like literally. So that's really the rub. I'm going to say it again. I'm going to try not to just beat that one too much, but Avi's always updating things, right? And so it's hard telling what's going to happen in this crazy world that's going to lead us down a different different area or road whenever those matches come around. It's just amazing.
Well, the announcement that he made at the beginning of the broadcast, which is going to change round two drastically. We started the broadcast with an announcement about how round two is going to proceed. Because we have so many people in here, and we're going to lose a lot of favorites, a lot of heavy hitters. I know we're going to have some underdog beat, or someone who's considered an underdog, which nobody in this tournament is, because, first of all, you had to be invited to qualify at the beginning of this. And we're not only bringing in the people who are at the top of their fields, we're bringing in people with character.
Absolutely. Experts, okay? They have character, and I feel like everybody in this tournament wants to make the world a little bit better. You know what I mean? And I mean, I want to do the same thing. Now, I want to do it from a beach in Greece with my wife for at least a week or 10 days or something like that, right? But all of the luminaries bring so much experience, but their heart's in this thing, and they have these great conversations with Avi, and this is going to shake out in the most phenomenal way. I'm just excited.
Yeah, and what you said there is very enlightening too for our viewers who don't know, because it's not only about the match. The match is great. We have the competitive camaraderie. People become friends. And as I mentioned, Avi's creating these topics. So it really becomes, if it's a triple threat match, it really becomes a 4-person conversation. And if it's a one-on-one match, it becomes a 3-person conversation. He's actively engaged in there. This is why he doesn't vote. He's our moderator. He doesn't vote on any of these matches. That's up to us. That's up to you, the engine.
Mm-hmm.
Having us there, seeing who resonates with us. But it really becomes a conversation between everyone. And he knows how to bring out the best in all of us, whether you're a celebrity with a giant resume in sports or entertainment or media or music or I'm probably, Jamie, am I forgetting anything? I'm probably forgetting something.
Oh, well, that's just it. Is that it's still growing. It's still doing its thing. You know, even if you didn't forget, and my money would be on your memory, kid, okay, to be totally honest. I've worked with you for a while now, but we just don't know, really. Now we're going to get some pretty solid things that are going on here today. Hey, Klein.
Going to bring Howard in right now. Howard, are you ready to go? Guys and gals, Howard Collato. He and I in the back. A little discussion. I told him to stop talking about the GW match because, Howard, we got more matchups to discuss, Mr. Collato. Guys and gals, Collato, look up, my friend. We are live. Guys and gals, we are ready to announce our next matchup. Now, you're watching some matchups that have already been announced. You're watching video packages to remind you a bit about who some of these participants are and what they did here in this virtual arena we call TKN. Guys, the celebrity tournament, never before have you ever seen a tournament. Take half of the competitors we have here, and you still haven't seen anything like this. 131 Hall of Famers, whether it's sports, music, pro wrestling, not to mention Oscar, Grammy, Tony, Emmy, Golden Globe, AMA, WGA, and Olympians, all competing for the pride of the prize, not merely the size. This is substance and style all the while. Our next matchup right now is going to be announced as we make it official here on a Saturday night, guys and gals. Our next matchup is the following.
And in the instinct that happened, there's about 10 girls that came and grabbed the girl and said, "Come with us."
My father would sing along with her, do a two-step. They would dance in the living room together.
Man,
amazing.
Yeah, I mean,
really amazing.
Oh my gosh.
Jacques Rougeau and Buster Douglas, guys, are going to go at it in round number 2. You're going to be seeing, get this, 131 individual flyers of every person in this tournament, including the third rounders. There's 4 of them. Guys and gals, there's 4 third rounders. You've been watching the black box, you know who it is. Pinocchio Joe, Giselle, Kelly White, and Pete, Peaceful Pete, all in round number 3. The rest of us, including yours truly, guys, there's only about 8 matches or 9 that have already been announced that we're keeping. The other ones, I'm shuffling the deck because without getting too into this, I don't want to have to lift the curtain here, but guys and gals and pals, I don't have an assistant. I don't want an assistant. I've been booking every single matchup here by myself and making sure that somehow these dates are all aligned, guys and gals, all aligned. I am happy to announce, guys and gals, that everybody wants to jump in. A lot of them want to jump in early. Some want to take their time and say, you know, we want to come in a bit later and watch the competition. But everybody, as you've seen, the last couple of shows, we had over 60 participants, green roomers, and luminaries 2 weeks ago. Last week, Jamie was in the round table. We had a plethora of luminaries, guys and gals and pals, that watched this show since almost maybe the beginning of round number 1, and now they're a part of the show. They email me. A lot of you say, how'd you get all these celebrities? It's the other way around. I love them all, and I think they're great. But they knock on this door because they know it stands for something, and I am very picky with who I bring in because at the end of the day, even though I don't judge, guys and gals and pals, I want to give you what you deserve. I want to give you a scintillating conversation that helps us grow. And these men and women will help you grow, just like you helped us grow, because we wouldn't grow, guys and gals and pals. We might be sitting on a Saturday night eating escargot alone, talking to one another, but we wouldn't be doing it in front of yous, plural, all of yous. So guys and gals, all of yous from all of me's, thank you for being yous. But guys, again, everyone's dying to know. All the matchup flyers will also be available. We call them the versus flyers. You see the actual matchup on full display. There's a plethora of them. You can collect them. And speaking soon, you'll be able to collect trading cards. Yes, trading cards. TKN exclusive trading cards. More on that later. But guys, Buster D, I want to get your point of view, guys, in the comment section. Willie Wilson, Buster D is my pick.
Wow, all right.
Yeah. What about Pinocchio Joe? Isn't he in round 3? Yes, he is. You're right.
is.
Guys and gals, let us know who you are predicting because you can win some money if you make predictions. Now, you'll have the dates of all the matchups as well. But in order to find out which matchup is next, you have to watch the outro every Saturday night. Saturday night, guys, round 1 is over. Round 2 starts next Saturday. You got to be here for that. Howard, Jamie, Giselle, real quick, Jacques Rougeau, Buster Douglas. That's a matchup. It's one of those rare one-on-ones that we have. One will make it to round number 3. There's 6 of these rounds in total. Are you guys looking forward to that one?
Absolutely. I really enjoy Buster Douglas. His story is legendary, and what an amazing man. Jacques Rougeau, he wins my heart every time he talks. I remember he said last time that there was 2 different types of nights. There's a good night and a bad night, and he hoped that Mr. Douglas has a bad night. So I got to go with Jacques.
Howard, let's go with some predictions here. Guys, we're going to keep this brief so we give you more matchups. But Howard, give us your assessment. Keep it brief. Give us a prediction. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, both individuals very personable. It's like they're welcoming you into their living room, welcoming you into their space, and they talk with you. And I think that's such a strong asset that both individuals have. So it's really going to come down to that. That might be a tie. We'll see what happens.
Good call, actually.
Yeah, I think so.
So?
Jacques is a fan favorite. He is so excited and so passionate about what we're doing, about what he's doing with his academy. It's hard. He brings the energy every single time. But Buster Douglas, when he is excited about something, he will not stop talking about it in the best way possible. If you haven't seen it yet, we have a Buster Douglas video up on this very YouTube channel that you're watching the show live now, where he's talking about roller skating.
We're going to play, guys and gals, a clip soon of Buster Douglas roller skating. Guys, remember, again, there's a Jacques Rougeau clip as well. Check out our YouTube content because there's a vast array of amazing original content that you guys can delve into and enjoy thoroughly. Again, guys, I want to let you know the topics. There have been over 400 of them. I stopped counting. I forgot the number exactly, 427 or 430. But you're going to have brand new topics again. I'm not going to reshuffle. I'm going to keep on providing original topics that you haven't seen presented before you. And I could tell you, the trio that's going to be on next Saturday is already studying their topics. They already are studying their topics. They receive their topics. You might be seeing a video of theirs very soon. You actually will. These are the matchups, guys, that are confirmed. And then the envelopes. It gets more exciting. Can you imagine that? We're already showing you video packages of matchups that have already been essentially made official. But it gets even more exciting, guys and gals, because the envelopes and the bowl are coming up real soon. Here is our next official match up.
To kind of like hypnotize a mellow, and what that means to me is patience.
Really can't do anything to you. What we do is we make a story around the unknown and we put value to it that actually may not even exist. Because
the biggest thing I would say from that would be realizing that you're not able to save everyone.
I love that they're all from different backgrounds. You've
me
got
too.
Greg Louganis, who's known for diving, even though he is also a storyteller and a gymnast and so many other things. You have Marielle Hemingway, storyteller, mental health, works in that field, wants to make sure that's accessible to everyone. And you have Mandy Rose, wrestler and fitness expert, like Mandy Sakamoto. This is one that seems like it could be really different and you're not sure how they're going to get along, but I think they have more in common than what meets the eye.
I think that's usually the case, right? That's what we find. Really good point, by the way, Giselle. All these luminaries, we know that they're experts in certain fields, and they rose above, right? But they also have other experiences that we don't know about. And Avi's good about flushing those things out. That's going to be a really interesting match. What do you think, Howard?
Yeah, I mean, again, from all three of those amazing luminaries, we saw moments of, again, vulnerability and personableness. I wonder, I asked the question, is it going to come down to life experience, especially with Greg and Mariel being, just older and just having a more fuller life, not to say or take anything away from Mandy.
Sure.
But I do wonder if life experience is also going to come into play. With
all good points, guys. Again, let's read yours. Lena, your comments come first, guys. They're all strong competitors. Remember, you play a big role in this engine because if you're a viewer, you're an engine member. If you're an engine member, you're a viewer. And guys and gals, you're the engine because you rev this thing up every time we're on live. Remember, your votes not only matter and determine the outcome of every matchup, where else can you actually say that you're a part of such pageantry and substance all the while dictating the terms with your point of view, with your opinion, translated here on screen per your votes. But on top of all that, if there is a tie, I will pick one name out of a bowl every Saturday night of a viewer, an engine member I see in the comment section, and that person can either come on live or simply type in the comment section in the comfort of their own home who they think should advance. They will break the tie. How about that? I mean, that is incredible. Where else, Jamie, Giselle, and Howard, can the engine members have so much to say and do and provide the content creators, the hosts, the storytellers? They're the ones running, guys and gals, the show, if you think about it. And I like that because here we are, we're serving them, and they're the ones letting us know why and who they stand behind. I think that's pretty cool, guys.
I think that's awesome. I mean, you mentioned live or from the comfort of their own home. I mean, that's going to be just great. If they're live, we'll get a sense of the personality, how difficult that decision might be, right? That's what I'm looking forward to.
Guys, Willie says, I like all three, but I picked Mariel. 2 out of 3 advance, guys. I appreciate that, Willie. But remember, 2 out of 3 do advance. This is huge. We got more to unpack, guys and gals, in the form of, these right here, guys, these envelopes. Of course, we got the old bowl, guys. Let me show you how heavy this thing is right now. I got a bunch of bowls.
Yeah.
Guys and gals, envelopes are in a bowl. But, hey, let's undress and unpack our next matchup. And Jamie, Giselle, and Howard will provide analysis. Even when I'm on screen, they'll make their predictions. They'll pretty much be doing that. They'll pop up on screen. They'll be on screen. They'll be watching you guys and your comments, maybe reading them. But as soon as I'm on screen, guys and gals, and that video stops playing, one of them will jump in, provide analysis with a prediction, kick it to the next, and then we'll keep going because we have a lot of matchups to announce. Jamie, you're going to find out if your matchup is still essentially, is that status quo? Has that changed? What are you feeling right now? Because you're seeing all the names and matchups that have been solidified, that are set in stone. Yours might change tonight. You might be facing me in round number 2, Jamie.
Whoa.
Oh, if it's a rap battle, I almost want to tap out right now, but I'm excited for any opportunity TKN gets. Now, I might have been doing a little research already, looking at some different things, and whatnot, and I was paired with Tom Holland, and any excuse to watch Child's Play, the very first one, is always really, it's just a good idea. But I'm a little bit on the edge of my seat. I'm a little bit excited. I'm a lot excited. But ride the wave of TKM, baby. How about you, Giselle?
I am very privileged that I am able to sit here and be excited about all of the matches that need to take place without having any of the nerves. Now, that doesn't mean that I will not be in full competition mode because we have the black box every Wednesday and there are so many opportunities there. So you have to tune in Wednesday nights as well. That will be on YouTube soon. And we are not the only ones who are able to earn points and prizes. The green roomers are there, the engine's there, and perhaps even some of our luminaries will be earning prizes. Maybe even some of the ones in the next match.
Guys, a lot of stuff happening in the Black Box on Wednesdays, 8 p.m. Right now, it's on Joe Resart's Facebook page. And again, guys and gals and pals, it'll be on YouTube soon. The luminaries might be winning some stuff. You got to watch the Black Box. Speaking of the luminaries, here is another trio, guys and gals, as we make this official. The matches I'm showing you right now, you're not just watching random videos. You're watching second rounders. You're watching these matchups. Essentially, they're official. They're becoming official before your very eyes for round number 2. Here is the next matchup that will take place, guys and gals and pals, for round number 2.
None of us get anywhere. We know this. None of us get anywhere without the help of someone. And I've had many people that you will hear me give a shout out to that helped me along the way.
Can't really sleep at night because I have to wake up the next morning and go out and, stand on a pitcher's mound in front of 40,000 people and, try to get out the best hitters in the world. And
Experience is like kindergarten to elementary school to middle school to high school.
This is going to be amazing.
Two powerhouses there with David Justice and Marcus Buff Bagwell. Not to discount Bryce Wilson, but I've seen both Marcus and David, and those guys are just.
I agree. And to hear Bryce Wilson talk about, not being able to sleep before pitching in front of 40,000 people, he's not going to
a current MLB player, guys. This is someone who's the youngest person on this roster, a current MLB player who's part of this tournament, plays for the Milwaukee Brewers, guys and gals. He is currently, again, a pitcher for the Milwaukee Brewers. I got to tell you right off the bat, we have everybody here, current players, Hall of Famers. They are all here. Man, oh, man. At the end of the day, guys, this field is stacked. Howard, you were mentioning how, again, a lot of times it boils down to maybe the topic. Do you feel like you would be prepared regardless of the topic? Do you feel like that's part of what makes you a winner, is regardless of whether it's in your wheelhouse or outside your comfort zone, you have to be prepared for anything?
You do. You have to have that capacity to just jump in. Jump in the fire.
Yeah, you got to jump right in the hand of the fire the hand. Sure. You okay, Howard?
Yeah. No, I'm good. I'm just
good.
Kind of keep my cool. It's just a stupid song, it's just a stupid logo. Just gonna keep my cool.
Guys, that's JW there. Of course, he's in the comment section now, guys. Red Eyes Entertainment. JW's got Howard Collado in round number 2. That was the first matchup that was announced for round number 2. Going to be a stellar matchup. A lot of stakes for that matchup. If JW defeats Howard Collado, he will not only eliminate JW, but me as well. Got to watch the past episodes. You'll know what we're talking about and why that happened. If JW does win, he moves on to round number 3, and Howard will not have the Howard show that you see behind him anymore. His own talk show. A lot of high stakes in that matchup, guys. That is going to be definitely one that's going to be lit. It's going to be a fire. There's a true icon on fire. There's a true icon on fire. JW there making his point. Howard, you want to make yours really quickly, really brief? Go ahead.
I have a lot to lose, and that's never a good place to be.
Man, people really like him too. Like, not for nothing.
Howard Collado. Can of worms you open up, my friend. Let's see how it goes, guys. He will try to stay composed. JW, we're announcing all the second round matchups. You know who you're facing. You're facing the man right here, guys and gals, in the bottom. Will Howard Collado stay in the bottom? Will he rise up to the occasion the way he always does? We'll find out in round number 2 when he meets JW. But we have more matchups, guys and gals. Let us know your predictions for each one. The last matchup that we talked about, again, that we played here, Buff Bagwell, who can go off the cuff. David Justice, who can go off the cuff. They kind of remind me of each other. David Justice and Buff Bagwell and their energy and what they bring, their unpredictability, their humor, their ability to resonate with you on the spot, guys and gals, tell stories. That's going to be great. Bryce, guys and gals, a young man definitely trying to make a name for himself here in this tournament. Already made a name for himself in baseball. We know that. A great pitcher. But it's going to be tough for him. I think Bagwell and Justice, will they be the two that advance to round number 3? It might happen. Who knows? We'll see what happens. That's a matchup that is official. Julio, Howard, I got you coming out with a W for your match.
Ooh.
Not a JW, but he's got a W. I have faith that you'll silence the haters. Beware, Howard, says Lester. JW is very upset with you, my friend. We've seen that, guys, in the black box and the green room. Head game, says Larry. Strong in that one. Whoa, indeed. Allison, guys, you want some more moments that make you go, whoa.
Yeah.
Now, guys, getting gals, do it. Let's show you the next matchup that is official in round number 2 of the star-studded celebrity tournament, guys. 10 gals and pals.
And it became a bestseller because it was a message whose time had come. It was a message of reminding women who they were. And
sharpened at a place about a half hour that direction, and the free skates, I liked them sharpened at a different place over there. And so he was driving all over the place for me.
You've gone through the worst thing a parent can go through, losing a child. Take a month off. And I said, thank you. You always give good advice.
Okay, I'm just jumping right in because I predicted this match, and you can go check my Facebook account. You can go check the Kate Young Hart account and see it there because I said this would be one of my dream matchups, and I predicted this one. And I don't know if I love it or hate it because all 3 of them have consistently been in people's top 10s. We're going to lose someone very, very strong in this.
Absolutely.
But it is going to be one heck of a conversation. I can't call this one. I wouldn't even know where to begin. They all have that burning desire to really let the world know who they are and what they want and how they got where they are and what they're passionate about. And they remember everyone who supported them and the stories they tell. I can't call it. I'm going to be a wreck that night. I'm going to be a nervous, emotional wreck because all 3 are amazing.
No fear in those ladies at all. No fear in any 3 of them. It's going to be absolutely fascinating. Howard?
I see all 3. I'm sorry. I see all 3 as possible favorites to win this whole thing.
Yeah, I can see that.
And they're in round 2. One will not just. Can you process this for a second? One of those names, Sally Jesse Raphael, Nancy Kerrigan or Dee Wallace will not be in round number 3. Take that in for a second. That is insane, Howard.
That's just crazy. I mean, between all three of those women, their accolades, their achievements, it's awful. I'm okay. I'm all right. I'm just gonna try.
JW always making his presence felt, no matter what it seems.
Yeah.
Nancy Kerrigan, let us know, guys. Nancy, Sally, and Dee Wallace. Who do you think is going to come out of that? 2 are going to come out, too. The Engine members, they're going to hang out soon, guys. If you're listening, Engine members, you might get your link at 9:30. You might get it at 10. But you're going to get it in your chat group, and you're going to sign in because you're going to find out who you're facing as well. Bad puns, ladies' night. Well, I'll tell you what, guys and gals. Ladies, men, whatever you want to call them, those 3 are powerhouses, and they could teach us a thing or two about more than just a thing or two. Travis, Fist of Flaming Fury. Yes, absolutely. You're referring to JW. Probably a movie title already. Could be. Could be. Consult KPN now. Very cool matchup. You're right. This is awesome. Giselle might be psychic. She did predict that matchup, guys. Chad, I call it Dee Wallace's top pick that night. Let us know who you think will advance. There's 2 that advance, guys. Give us 2. Julio, love your comments. That is going to be one tough cookie of a match, but I predict Sally and Nancy coming out on top, but it's going to be amazing. It's going to be close. All those ladies are going to bring it. There's no doubt about that. And guys, the dates. When are you going to find out the dates? Every Saturday night when you watch the outro, you'll find out the next matchup that's coming up. 1 match per Saturday night, over 45 matchups, which means we're going to be going strong again till late spring, early summer. I love that. And then round number 3, as we start delving deeper into this tournament, there'll be fewer and fewer matchups. There'll be fewer and fewer Saturday nights, guys and gals, which we provide you this destination here as a only option to sink your teeth into these matchups, because once round 4, 5, and 6, yes, the quarter, semi, and finals are on the horizon. There'll be one weekend in person. The final 8 will meet on a Friday in a place that I book. The final 8 on a Friday night. That'll be the quarterfinals. The next night, of course, everybody will stay the whole weekend. The next night on Saturday night will be the final 4 on a stage, guys. This will be on a stage. And then Sunday night, it'll be the finals. Friday night, final 8, quarterfinals. Saturday night, final 4, semifinals. Sunday night, the finals. We'll wrap up the weekend with a champion when this thing is said and done, guys. That's going to be pretty awesome.
That's, again, I always talk about this. Imagine you being able to look into the eyes of your competitor. Sorry, that actually just hit me right now. But yes, imagine being able to look into the eyes of your competitor and sense what, fear or hesitation or maybe courage. You don't know, and that's going to happen that night.
You don't. Guys and gals, we're at 1,288 views already. Jamie Sparling.
I was just going to say, we don't know if they're going to see the fear in our eyes either. Anything goes. That is going to be amazing. The energy in this living room here that has been the green room has been immense. When we get together, that's going to be something special.
Oh, yes. Yes, you're right about that, guys. And you are looking at some OGs in the house here, guys. Giselle's been with us for a very long time. Jamie, myself, and Howard back in 2020. And prior to that, guys, in school. All 3 of us did go to school together. We are doing some great things here on TCAN. We're doing it together, and that's the whole thing. I know it sounds sappy, but I'd rather be sappy than cynical. We are doing something together, and that is what makes this special, is the ensemble. Keep that in mind, guys. We're going to learn. That's why it's not a losing experience, because maybe if you keep your ears open and you remain present, you might learn a thing or two, guys and gals, about humanity at large here by tuning in to the Green Room each and every Saturday night, guys. The mothership, the flagship of TKN. Never missed an episode, never will. Promise you that. Guys, our next matchup, again, pretty soon the videos are done, and then the bowl, the envelopes. That means that if these matchups were matchups that you've already been privy to as far as the announcements, guess what? Soon, brand new matchups as I shuffle the deck. Here is another matchup, guys, featuring contender after contender after contender. Here's another one, guys and gals, featuring a trio of very strong competitors. Only 2 will advance. Check these 3 out, because it's sure to be one hell of a match.
will not say that war was the worst of all wars.
Put you in a certain little generalization when they see you like that. They tend to put you in that little spot, that little marker.
My way of being able to get out of the ghetto or get out of Inglewood, California, which was the hood,
Sure.
back then. So I knew through athleticism and through being an athlete that I had a chance to get out.
Man.
I'm going Mike Henry and Byron Scott. I think Tone's not going to make it to the sequel. I don't know. That's just how I feel about it. Howard?
I can't disagree with that, really. I really can't. Tone got a taste of what this is about. Very smart, but again, very personable individual.
Indeed.
Just meanie. Just he brought you in. I mean, talk about nonverbals. You remember he was making the argument about his daughter and getting something that he didn't want to, and then he just went and he did this nonverbal and a great storyteller. So yeah, it's gonna be close. It's gonna be close. Yeah.
This one's definitely going to be tough as well. Mark Henry, another one consistently on everybody's top 10 list, one of the favorites to win it all. What else can I say about the man who loves this so much?
He's a green roomer, as he said. He's a green
Right?
roomer.
Yes.
And as Mark Henry stated, this is a sport. He said it many times.
Mm-hmm.
This tournament is a sport. It's a sport of the mind, but it's a sport because he stated this, and a lot of people have said this on air. Mark Ripien said this, but a lot of times they say it before. Jamie, you and I, we can attest to the fact last Saturday night in this good old private chat here on StreamYard, everybody was locked in from the beginning of the intro. People were typing away to each other backstage, all the luminaries and you as well. Man, oh man, the energy. But I have to bring this up. This is a sport, guys. Mark said if you are sweating and if you feel the same way you did right before you were about to walk out in front of 30, 40,000 people, it's a sport, and that's how he feels every time he steps onto this virtual arena, guys. So this is a sport, no doubt about that. Nobody's asking me the question. I don't know why I know. I was on screen with Mark. I faced Mark Henry in round one, guys and gals. I can provide some analysis if you'd like.
Please.
I can tell you that Mark Henry does not stop. Mark Henry is educated. Mark Henry listens. Because he listens so well, he can drive a point home. And he can drive a point home and still do it in such a fashion that doesn't seem abrasive. He does not speak over people. He connects with his audience. He is one of the favorites to, we both advanced. Jenny Santana, very intelligent human being. She was on screen with us as well. She gave it a go. But man, oh man, I was on screen with Mark. That was a 3-hour matchup, guys. And I remember Mark Henry, we don't do sound bites. We speak from the heart. Mark Henry said, man, this needs to be on TV. There was nothing that rivaled what happened here tonight. Mark Henry is going to go far. I don't know if I'm going to make a prediction as moderator, but I know that Mark Henry is going to go far. Let's get your opinions, guys. Thank you, Shane Coyle. We appreciate you. Hope you keep watching. This is the Celebrity Tournament, home of 131 Hall of Famers, not to mention Oscar, Grammy, Tony, Golden Globe, AMA, WGA, and Olympians, all competing for the pride of the prize. We do not lie, guys. Allison Wheaton, Mark knows his stuff. GJ Solo, you are right about that. That is not a solo opinion. We all agree. Thank you. Guys, we have more matchups in store for you right about now. And then the envelope, guys. The envelopes, I should say, plural, not singular, and the bowl. We will bring it all up in front of you. All the matchups will be announced tonight. Still a young night. We got a lot more to go, guys and gals. Here's another matchup that I think is going to be very exciting to watch. Very interesting. Contrast of styles, perhaps, but that's what makes the tournament so interesting. You never know who will be facing who.
of the hard work and everything that you have to do to be successful the right way. And that's what I've been preaching. And
I would just like to know, how do you do that? How do you just sit down and make up your mind, that, hey, I know I could die, or my wife, or
the love that everybody has and everything. I used to be a heavily bent narcissistic person, and I wasn't aware of it. And
I think Miles Avery is going to come to the top of this one because he's a coach. Coach, they know how to talk to people and drive points home. Giselle, what do you think?
Yeah, I think people have kind of forgotten about Teddy Long because we have 131 people in rounds 2 and 3 right now. Like, what? I think people have kind of forgotten about Teddy Long, so he could really seem to have come out of nowhere, even though he hasn't, because they're all very, very strong competitors. Avi, I know you're not voting in these, but what do you have to say about these 3 competitors?
Well, guys and gals, it's not just a numbers game. We're talking about people with true stories. Man, oh man, I don't think when you watch that video, guys and gals, there was only one snafu, one mistake I saw on screen, which really got me pissed off behind the scenes. That one of them has to go home. Yeah, I got really pissed off when I was backstage about 20 seconds ago because one of them has to go home. And I can't believe it because they've got stories. Tank Abbott almost died on the operating table about 7 times, and he shared that with us. Miles Avery, guys and gals, God, he introduced unknowingly like Mark Henry's wife, like through Miles Avery. And again, what he does with the USA Gymnastics team, he sacrificed a lot in his life and in his journey as well. And then, of course, guys and gals and pals, Teddy Long, who came from obscurity in his own words and faced so many challenges, recently lost his wife. I mean, these are men who are soulful, and they bear their soul. They epitomize what this tournament is all about. To know that one of them won't be here, guys and gals, after round number 2, whenever their match is called, I don't know. I mean, I'm not looking forward to that one just because I admire all 3 people. But, hey, let us know who you think is going to advance to round number 3 in that matchup, guys. Joe, got to appreciate the work that makes these lineups. Thank you so much. I have trouble remembering everyone. Yeah, well, hey, jot it down. Have your own list. It's like the NCAAs. You fill out a bracket. And you could play this again. Guys and gals, you might want to ask a Chad or Ramon or Howard. They could send you the lineup of matchups we have. But even better, the flyers will be distributed as of this week. And you'll have all those matchups to collect. Won't do much to your hard drive, I promise you, but you'll have a lot of those flyers in store. I think Miles and Teddy will move on according to Chad. This is a hard one to judge. A lot of people are saying Teddy. It's going to be tough to see them go. That's what's going to happen in round number 2. Teddy and Tank, guys and gals. Tank is awesome. Generally nice guy. Guys and gals and pals, do I have another video to play, or is the bowl right now going to be showcased for the first time officially here tonight? No, there is another matchup here that is official. It's the last one. This is it, the last one I'm showing, and then it's the bowl. Then we find out every single matchup that has changed. Because from this point on, after this video, every matchup has changed from the last 2 weeks. Again, that's scheduling, that's booking. That's the way it goes. This is done in real time. We don't take time off just to book. We keep going. This is the last matchup that you already are privy to. So enjoy the video, and then it's surprise, surprise, surprise.
his accomplishments in the NFL and his athletic accomplishments into a career that spanned decades beyond just what he did on the field is incredible.
Green Bay Packers are playing on television. Now, it wasn't a big deal the Packers were playing. The big deal was I had never seen football on television. It's the first time I ever saw football on television. I'd been doing that in the backyard. I had just signed up for it.
So when a team is able to win a championship, it's such a remarkable achievement because you've blended all those diverse personalities and egos together.
Well, Pete Babcock, he's not going anywhere. I mean, he loves this thing. He's incredibly competitive, without a doubt. He's going to make it to the next round in my heart.
I would definitely agree with that. Yeah, no, I agree with that for sure. Pete Babcock is also a former educator and history teacher. If you haven't seen his posts on Facebook, he's always dropping little nuggets of unknown people and unsung heroes and more people and more events that we need to learn about. He might have had what could be considered the first upset in round one when he defeated Scott Winters.
Scott Winters is a favorite to win this whole thing. Pete Babcock won by one singular point. And guys, the reason why I don't judge as well is because even though I know that remaining unbiased is not something that's difficult for me, it would still be challenging because these men have become friends. And some of us know that. Pete Babcock is a dear friend of mine. Former NBA owner. And Merle Hodge, we have broadcasting legend. Beware if you draw a broadcasting legend. These men obviously know how to present a story. Yeah. These men don't crack under pressure. When the lights are hot, they know how to speak to an audience and to colleagues alike. Yes. Broadcasting legends are going to be real tough, and we got a few of them. So Merle Hodge, if you don't know him, you will. He shared some really impactful stories. That is a cancer survivor, guys and gals, who survived cancer. ESPN was there to, of course, back him up 20 years. And, of course, a great NFL career as well. And then you have Al Snow, I call him the guru of logic. He's the guru of logic, a very logical human being, a man who can teach you a lot. He is a teacher. He is a storyteller. He is a comedian. And his show on Netflix, God almighty, that show has done so incredibly well. If you haven't seen it, guys and gals, I'll bring it up in a moment. But those three, it's going to be a real tough match to call. Believe me when I tell you that. Pete has his own show. A lot of these luminaries have their own talk shows separate to the tournament, which you'll be seeing following perhaps their actual matchup. So there's a lot to get into there. Pete is also a historian, guys, a civil rights professor that has molded and shaped minds in such a way that I think is thoughtful and generous. He's one of those professors that he won't remind you of the Sam Kinison professor in Back to School. If you ever seen it. No. If you know, you know. But no, this is a guy who really educates because he cares about not only education done right, but everybody, humanity. He, again, fits the bill for what we're doing here. Howard, quick prediction. We got Babcock, we got Merle Hodge, and then, of course, we have Al Snow. Give me your thoughts.
Al Snow is a contender, and Merrill as well is a strong contender, and as well as Pete. I think I think the engine's going to call this one. I think it's going to be a tie.
Tie.
Yeah.
Jamie, you think Babcock's advancing, and are you picking Mr. Snow or Hodge?
I'm going Hodge. Like you said, he's the highest level of what he does, which is talking to massive amounts of people. So we cannot discount that.
It's going to be a tough one, guys. It'll be a doozy. The topics, of course, I think it all boils down to the topics, and it also all boils down to guys and gals and pals, the matchups. Speaking of matchups, here we go. Engine members, I want you guys to stand by because you'll be getting links in the chat group really soon. Engine members, we have 4 of them. They earned it. They earned spots. They're part of this tournament as well. Ramon, Sean, Chad, guys and gals, and Brian are all in this thing. They're going to find out. They all have new matchups. And speaking of which, I want excitement here on screen from Jamie, Giselle, and Howard because as of now, at the 1 hour and 31 minute mark, at 90 minutes at 9:30 Eastern time, every matchup right now that is going to be announced exclusively tonight. Matchups that have never been put together. Matchups that I have not announced yet. A shuffling of the deck, so to speak, guys and gals. here is the first envelope. I already drew the number 3, so this matchup is a triple threat, guys. We're going to jot this thing down over here. I'm going to jot down the matchup that we had. Of course, Al Snow versus Merle Hodge versus, of course, guys and gals, Mr. Babcock. And now, from this point on, we have a trio of luminaries who are going to be facing each other at some point in round number 2.
Okay.
Here we go. Let's get a reaction here.
Ooh, ooh. Yeah, this is.
Some of you said showing you the flyers, sometimes maybe you don't get a real good bird's eye view on who it is. So here's the first name that I just drew, guys and gals and pals. As I share the screen.
Oh, this. Yeah.
WWE Hall of Famer Gerald Briscoe.
Oh.
His name was not being called yet at all, actually. So there's no shuffling of the deck here because Gerald Briscoe's name wasn't called yet. He's a second rounder, but we didn't see any of his matchups originally announced for round number 2 until now. Gerald Briscoe, guys, a man. Oh, man, did he bring it. Man. Hauser and he had quite the rivalry, but then, kind of like the end of Karate Kid, he looked at Hauser and said, "You're no jabroni. You brought it."
Yeah.
Kind of like Joey Lawrence versus Ralph Macchio there, guys. Who will he be facing? Gerald Briscoe will be facing
whoever it is. They got their work cut out for them.
Oh, that they do. That they do.
Guys, this is another Hall of Famer.
Oh.
A lot of them. College Football Hall of Famer Bryant McKinney.
Oh.
Football Hall of Famer Bryant McKinney.
Oh, yeah.
And there's another. There's a third, guys. Surprise, surprise. You can jot this down with us. We're doing that as well, guys. Howard and I and Jamie and Giselle, we're jotting down the matchups. You could do so as well. It's Bryant McKinney, Gerald Briscoe, and the third. Could be Jamie, could be me. You just don't know who I'm going to pull up right now.
Oh. It could be. Love watching action parts. Oh,
Mr. Todd Bridges.
Yes.
Look at that matchup, guys and gals. Todd Bridges versus Gerald Briscoe versus Bryant McKinney.
That's going to be amazing. Absolutely. I could sit there and just listen to Gerald Briscoe and Todd Bridges talking, and with the competition the way that it is, it's going to be amazing. It's going to be amazing.
Just the energy that Todd, and we saw it in that opening, in the opening intro. Just the energy that Todd. I mean, he wants it. He wants it from the pit of his soul. You know.
I think Brian McKinney could sneak in there because Gerald and Todd are going to be speaking over each other so much nobody's going to know what they're saying. They both like to talk. They both make very great points. They are both prepared. There could be some rebuttals in this one.
Good point. I mean, and nobody's sneaking in around here because they're all the best at what they do. We just got to maybe try to have an idea. Try, but all bets are off. What do you think, Avi?
I think that, again, we're going to make predictions here. That's what we're going to do. It's going to be tough. Gerald's got the experience, so I'm going with him. And as far as Bryant McKinney, Todd Bridges, they both have the fire. Todd also has his own show here. He's got the TCAN experience as well. We've seen a different Todd, guys. And once again, we wish him our deepest condolences. I talked to Todd a lot. Lost his mother a few weeks back. That's always very real and very powerful. Todd wanted to be with us last week, but that wasn't going to happen because Todd's got a lot of coping to do and dealing with a lot of different emotions now. But he is ready and pumped up. For round number 2, he drew Bryant McKinney, guys and gals, and Gerald Briscoe. That's going to be one hell of a matchup. I feel Todd is going through no matter what to round number 3. The other two are tough. I think Todd and Mr. McKinney might pull it out. I like the various different opinions here. Chad going for Gerald and Todd. A variety of different opinions here. I love that. Willis, yes, Mr. Todd Bridges. Entertainment. All right, guys, again, let us know your predictions because next Saturday night, I might make this on-air announcement on the Black Box, too. If you make predictions and predict who's going to win, you might win some money as well. So leave your predictions here. Briscoe, 100% for me. Thank you, Phil. We appreciate that, Phil. You're going to find out who you're facing. And again, Engine members, Chad, I want to see all 4 of you. I don't see Sean. I don't see Sean in the comment section, but I do see Chad, Ramon, and Brian. You guys are going to get your links very soon. We have another matchup to announce, guys. What I did is I put 3 names, guys and gals, in a triple threat matchup. If there was a triple threat matchup, all 3 names are in the envelope. That's why I'm only picking it out once.
Oh, this is.
It'll be you, Jamie.
I know.
Guys, here is our next matchup to announce. And then I will go off screen, and this amazing panel, the Green Roomers, the OGs, will discuss this night in these matchups. The first name, and guys and gals, I'm doing this live in real time. So again, building the suspense, why not? The first name out of that envelope was none other than Mr. Jim Brunzell.
Oh, Jumping Jim.
Jumping Jim Brunzell.
Yes, sir.
Guys, this is a legend, and this is a man who had very little notice. He and Ray Mercer. Jim Brunzell, with a couple hours' notice, showed up against 2 tough participants, Brian Taylor and Eddie Johnson, who was one of my favorites to win. Jim Brunzell did it. The guy is a John F. Kennedy enthusiast, a historian, a man who offers a lot. Again, he is a very intelligent man, and whoever drew, I already know who they are, but whoever drew Jim Brunzell, that is not going to be an easy task to eliminate this man, Jamie, Howard, and Giselle.
I mean, he came in with 4 or 5 hour notice and knocked it out of the park. So imagine when he has a week or 2 weeks or whatever of preparation, he's gonna be just fierce.
Yeah, he can go off the cuff, or he can come with a lot of loaded facts. That guy is definitely a competitor and somebody that is fierce. What do you think, Giselle?
I don't have anything to add to that. Everything's been said so far. That's going to make this match very interesting. I can't wait to see who he's
Here we go.
Here's the next one.
An Emmy Award nominee.
Oh.
And one of voted everywhere by over, I think I counted this about a month ago, over 187 publications. For what it's worth, rank him as the 6th greatest SNL performer of all time. 6, Mr. John Lovitz, guys and gals.
Oh.
Jim Brunzell and John Lovitz, guys. Jim Brunzell and John Lovitz. There's another one. There will be a third. Think of all these matchups. These are men and women who've never even met each other a lot of times. And then, wow, you could see how much respect they have on screen. This is going to be a matchup. Jim Brunzell. Allison predicted Korn Nemec, Jim Brunzell, and Ferguson Jenkins. Nice prediction there. We know it's going to be John Lovitz, guys and gals. We know that it's going to be Jim Brunzell. And guys and gals and pals, the third person that they will be facing. Remember, 2 out of 3 advance. Every now and again on the green room, we experience a good old-fashioned mic drop.
Oh.
Oh, that would be a mic drop right there.
The odds-on favorite to win the whole thing, Jesse Ventura, still gets John Lovitz. John Lovitz, Jesse Ventura, and Jim Brunzell. That is official, guys. It is official. Who do you think is going to advance and why? Jim Brunzell. I'm going to go backstage. Giselle, Jamie, and Howard are going to discuss this matchup with one another. Again, Jesse Ventura, Jim Brunzell, and, of course, guys and gals and pals, the one and only John Lovitz. The 3 J's over here. 2 will advance, 1 will not.
Wow.
The battle of the Jays, and each one of them are just so exceptional at what they do. It'd be obvious to say that Mr. Ventura is going to come out on top, with all of experience and everything, but you just don't know. I think Jim Brunzell is going to go on to the next one. That's as far as I'm going with that. What do you say, Howard?
Yeah, I know everyone's thinking it's going to be Jesse. Jesse's going to take it. Jesse's going to take it. I'm not going to disagree with that. So I think what I'm going to be looking for is going to be how Jim Brunzell, how he handles himself in this matchup, and John. I think it's going to be really a battle of maybe John and Jim, and both men very intelligent, smart. We saw John go up against Sally. Sally really challenged John in their matchup, and they really went head to head. So again, it might go down to maybe a battle of rebuttals. We don't know, but those 2 are the ones I'm going to be looking at as well.
I want to see a John Lovitz rebuttal. Okay, that will make my Saturday, whatever it is. That's what I want to see. What were you going to say, Giselle?
My brain hasn't caught up to who could potentially win this match yet, because all I can do is sit here and think Jim Brunzell, Jesse Ventura. Imagine the JFK conversation we can have.
Whoa.
Let that sink in. I don't know if that's going to be a topic. I feel like both of them could find a way to bring him up in some capacity, whatever the topic is. But take that in for a second. Sit there and take that breath. Avi, Jim Brunzell and Jesse Ventura together? That is... How did that booking work out? Because that's going to be one heck of a conversation, and I'm not discounting Lovitz at all.
It came out of the bowl is where it happened. I mean, that's how it happened. It is going to be one hell of a match, guys and gals, and learning experience for sure. Jesse, Jim, and John. Let's read some comments, guys. We're zipping through these matchups. You don't want to go anywhere, because if you feel lost, if you want to know who's facing who, this broadcast, once again, tell your friends and family, it is going to announce every single matchup. Every matchup will be announced. Engine members, I'm sending you your link. You guys can sign in. You don't have to sign in right away. You can sign in around 10 Eastern time, but I'm going to send you your link right now. Let's read that comment, Howard.
Oh, my God. That's a wild match. I think Jesse takes both spots. But seriously, I have to go Jesse and Jim. But I think John could possibly steal it from Jim. Hashtag from behind upset. Ooh. Wow. Apropos, Julio Negron. Yeah, I could definitely see that.
3 super huge names in one match. Hello, Eagle John. Hope everyone's week was productive. Join us, because you are finding out exactly who is going to be facing who of all 131 Hall of Famers from the world of sports, music, pro wrestling, not to mention Oscar, Grammy, Tony, Emmy, Golden Globe, AMA, WGA, and Olympians, all competing for the pride of the prize. I do not lies, guys and gals and pals. It's not just the size, but the substance we have here is just as good as the style, and all the while, we're going to keep on moving, guys and gals. Engine members, see some of you in the back. Brian, I see you. Chad, somebody message Sean. If you all want to be on screen here, message Sean. We got to get him down here as well if he wants to have a match. Message him and tell him to get on down here. Chad, Ramon, let's see you back there as well. Guys, I'm going to wait for Jamie. We have another matchup to announce. In the meantime, guys, if you don't know, then now you know, because this is what we've done this past week, guys and gals and pals.
Ooh. Risk is not just about going for a job. It's also about knowing what you know and what you don't know. It's about being open to people and to ideas.
That's where we were a few years back. But now, guys and gals, we are thriving and striving to give you the very best edutainment. You want controversy? It's not here. But if you do want edutainment, entertainment, and education all rolled into one, this is your place, guys and gals and pals.
Man.
Amazing. I love that video each and every time. Howard, did you ever see this coming? I mean,
well, I think it's awesome that I'm here. I'm very grateful. I'm here with two OGs, you know, and Avi as well. And you guys, I mean, you've seen this growth, you know, so it's been just awesome. I mean, we're so immersed in it that we need sometimes watching videos like that. You're like, wow, that is what we're doing collectively together as an ensemble. And if there's two individuals, three individuals that know what that word means, it's Jamie, it's Giselle, it's Avi, ensemble. And we don't do this alone. So Giselle.
And Howard, without a doubt. Did anybody get hit in the feels when you saw the numbers of some of the shows? All of a sudden, it was like, anybody? Giselle, I saw you.
Yeah. It's one of those times that leaves me speechless. And every week we see these, I'm breathless at what we've accomplished, and I know it's not even close to what we're going to do in the future. I love that we can take this look back and see how we've grown, see how we've evolved, see what we started with and how far we've come, but also knowing we can go so much further. It's really inspiring that each and every week we get to have these amazing conversations that don't happen anywhere else.
Yes.
Because we get to the heart of the matter. And the numbers, we keep saying this over and over, they're not numbers for us. Each number is a singular person.
Absolutely.
And that person is out there loving what we do, appreciating what we do, wanting to see more of what we do. We can't do this without you. So we're really happy. We're really happy every time we see those numbers.
Yes, and just to add to that, I'll also say, guys and gals and pals, the energy we feel, you don't see us before the red light goes on and we're live. But the reason why we're able to thrive the way we do is because of you. You guys make us feel alive when we are live. And that's, again, it's why I want to rhyme. It's why I want to celebrate after the show. It's why I want to watch ridiculous Rodney Dangerfield clips with Jamie, Giselle, and Howard. You guys have brought us together. I don't think anyone's ever said that. You guys have brought us together because if this thing wasn't working, sure, we'd remain friends. And of course, we have reasons to talk and see each other and travel and all that, and we love doing that. But there's something about sharing this experience on Saturday nights together that brings the best out of us. Because of that, you guys are the reason why we are as tight as ever and why our friendship is everlasting because of you guys. So thank you for being you in the comment section. We appreciate that. Guys and gals, Engine members, you can keep commenting. Keep commenting in the comment section. I know you're backstage, but I'm going to pull you up soon. Not now, but enjoy the show. Comment away because we have more matchups. Another envelope. We're zipping right through these, guys.
Okay.
Zipping right through these. Keep track of the matchups, guys and gals. Keep track of the matchups. It's good to have a list. Here are the next. Oh, wait a minute. Did I see that right?
Oh.
I drew a number 4 card, guys. Whoa! We have our first four-way matchup. First four-way matchup.
Ooh, that's timestamp.
Guys and gals and pals. Here is our first four-way matchup, guys and gals. The first participant in this four-way matchup is none other than another Hall of Famer who is one of the few people to hold multiple belts at one time, Mr. Zab Judah, guys and gals.
Whoa!
Zab Judah.
Zab Judah.
Look him up. Look at the men he's knocked out. One of the greatest boxers in his weight class of all time, guys and gals. A man that was feared by many. Zab Judah is the first of this foursome. Take that in, guys. Four-way matchup. Miranda, you're right. Gus Galaxy, welcome to the show. Oh, my God, four-way. Who is it going to be? Three advance in this one. Three advance.
Whoa.
In round number 3, we might have four ways where 2 advance only. So in this one, 3 advance out of 4. If you drew a three-way, you might have a better chance because 75% is the number. You will have, if you do 3 out of 4, a 75% chance of advancing to round 3. If it's a 3-way matchup, then 2 out of 3 advance, you have a 66% chance of advancing. So this might be beneficial to those in this matchup. Zab Judah's one. The next one in this four-way matchup, guys and gals and pals, is another Hall of Famer, another of the greatest of all time in his weight class. Guys and gals, struck by a train 2 different times in his life, Mr. Matt Hughes. UFC legend and Hall of Famer, Matt Hughes. What an inspirational, only man to go on solo and do his thing, and that was amazing. Zab and Matt Hughes, guys, if you're UFC fans, you know who this man is. We have them all. They're all represented in this tournament, guys and gals. Okay, the risk of sounding overly enthusiastic, I am. I'm getting goosebumps here, guys and gals and pals. 'Tis the season, right? 'Tis the season to come together, not to get run over by the politics of it all, right, guys and gals? Right here is the best. This is the best place to be. Trust me. Guys, Matt Hughes is going to be taking on Zab Judah and two others.
Two champs so far. Who could it be?
Oh my God, this is a Hall of Fame matchup, literally, because we have another Hall of Famer. We already announced Zab Judah, who's a boxing Hall of Famer. We also announced, guys and gals and pals, and remember, these aren't just Hall of Fames. The boxing Hall of Fame, very, very prestigious Hall of Fame. Zab Judah, a boxing Hall of Famer. Matt Hughes, a UFC Hall of Famer, and a WWE Hall of Famer, guys and gals. Mr. Rob Van Dam.
Whoa!
One of the favorites to win. We saw him, guys, a couple of weeks ago. He wanted Lou Ferrigno. Will he get Lou Ferrigno? We'll find out. There's another name here. Rob Van Dam, Matt Hughes. And Rob Van Dam is one hell of a martial artist himself. He is. I mean, guys, look at his history. Mm-hmm. Rob Van Dam, Matt Hughes, who's a mixed martial artist, and, of course, Zab Judah. And the fourth person that they will be facing, guys, in this first four-way matchup that's been announced, 3 out of 4 move on. 3 out of 4 will move on. Oof, wow, I guess this is another mic drop, huh?
Drop it.
Oh!
That was a solo layout, a live reaction from Jamie right here. A live reaction from Mr. Jamie Sparling.
I'm going to be competing with champions, and the amount of respect I have for each one of these guys just absolutely blows me away. Much love, respect, but I got to take the wife to Greece, so I still got to win this thing, you know?
Well, I'm going to ask Jamie this question. Jamie, just based on, I guess, on paper or from watching their first-round matchups, of course, you're putting yourself in there. You got to have confidence. You'll be in round 3, according to you. Who do you think the other 2 gentlemen that will advance with you to round number 3 will be? Will it be Zab Judah? Will it be Rob Van Dam? Will it be Matt Hughes? Which 2?
I believe it will be me and Rob Van Dam and Mr. Hughes. Yes, I believe that's who it's going to be. But I'm not talking trash. All right, I know who these gentlemen, Zab Judah. I mean, for love, the competition is going to be intense.
Guys, let's get your 3-way predictions as well. I'll turn it over to Howard and Giselle in a moment, but let me read some comments first, guys. Here are some of the comments that you guys are giving me. RVD. Who else, Gus? Who else do you have? Going with Jamie. Who else, Lester? Remember, in a 4-way matchup, you got to listen. In a 4-way matchup, 3 advance. Who are the 3 that you think will advance? Interviewed Matt years ago. Definitely great guy. You were right about that. Shane Coyle, he is. Let's see who else you guys are predicting. Jamie with them heavy hitters. Whoa, he's got some heavy hitters, but hey, that's what this tournament's all about. Jamie's a heavy hitter, so they better be ready. I think Jamie, Matt, and Zab will advance. Interesting, says Radio Quahog. Rob is amazing, but I think he may be against 3 unstoppable forces. So interesting picks there. Naomi says, thank you, Naomi. Jamie, RVD. And I don't see that last one. Let us know. Who do you think the third one will be? Will it be Matt Hughes or will it be Zab Judah? Chad, Jamie, Zab, and RVD. DJ Solo, Matt, RVD, and Jamie. Phil, Jamie, RVD, and Zab. Julio, I love this. Jamie, RVD, and Zab will take it. Naomi, Jamie, RVD, and Zab. Wow, I love this. Howard and Giselle, real quick, guys, real quick. We got to keep going. Go ahead, real quick.
I'm going to say real quick, I think Van Dam, Jamie, and it's really going to be close between Judah and Matt, but I think by a hair it's going to be Judah. Yeah. So
I have the same. Definitely RVD. Jamie's going to go far. And it's going to come down to Matt and Zab, but I'm giving it to Mr. Judah.
Hey, and your boy Jamie, I just went up 10% according to Klein. All right? So I'm going to take it. 10% is 10% when it's important.
Love that, guys and gals. Our next matchup, and then I'll go backstage and get some other envelopes ready, guys. Here is a trio, a triple threat matchup, guys and gals.
Ooh.
An interesting matchup, no doubt about it, guys. A triple threat. We have not seen this man's name called. He's a second rounder at all since we started the second round reveal show a couple of weeks ago. His name is officially drawn. Man, what a night he had. Courtney Gaines, film and TV star, Children of the Corn, guys and gals, of course. Can't Buy Me Love, Colors. Courtney Gaines, guys and gals, is in round number 2, and he has 2 others he'll be facing. Very big sports fan, too. Jamie, RVD, and Zab. April's predicting. Thank you, April. Courtney Gaines, guys and gals. No underdog. He will be facing another man who was up against 2 very charismatic individuals, guys and gals and pals. Another great storyteller. Mr. Robert Burke, guys. Mr. Robert Burke. Stephen King's Thinner, guys and gals. NYPD Blue, just a great, great force of nature as a storyteller, very honest and real. Robert Burke, Courtney Gaines, and then the third person that they will be facing is another storyteller. Wow. Guys and gals.
Nice.
Sometimes less is more, and sometimes more is most. Mr. Don Most, guys and gals.
Nice.
Oh.
Happy days, Ralph the Mouth. We got him in this tournament. He's in round number 2. He's up against Tretch and Tom Holland. Look at this lineup. Courtney Gaines, Don Most. You'll be seeing the versus flyers. You'll be seeing all 3 of them. That's what we're doing. We're going to unveil those flyers officially all across Facebook and social media land. And, of course, they're individual flyers, so there's so many to collect. Check out our posts. Comment on them. Get the conversation started. We have Don Most. We have Courtney Gaines. And, of course, guys and gals and pals, we have Robert Burke. I will go backstage, get some envelopes ready. Giselle, Howard, and Jamie, please give us your thoughts on this trio. Who do you think will advance? 2 out of 3 will advance.
Howard, don't hate me. JW, if you are still there commenting, you went up against Mr. Gaines. Do you have any thoughts there regarding him, regarding his match? I'd love to see what you have to say, having competed with this person. We have 3 storytellers here. Howard, do you think that's going to make the match one note, or do you think there's enough variety there because they've all done so many different styles of storytelling? And they're multifaceted. We know that. And they're so much more than what we see. Robert John Burke is also a firefighter.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So do you think it's cool that we have 3 people from similar backgrounds? Or do you like the matches more when they all come from different places and different walks of life?
That's a great question. What I've been thinking about, again, is this thing of style. All 3 of them kind of have different styles. Don Most was very introspective, soft-spoken individual. Courtney Gaines, very calculated in a lot of his approach, very cerebral. And Robert Burke, I think, is really, to me, kind of well-rounded. He was able to get very personable, able to get very personal, and also just a smart guy as well. I think it's going to be Robert Burke. I think he's going to come on top out of all 3. But I think we're in store for some great stories that night as well from all 3.
Like where your head's at, Howard. I mean, and thinking about 3 different acting. I mean, acting, even for other sports, the backgrounds are somewhat different, right? What are they going to bring? What kind of colors are they going to bring to the argument? Voice tones, different things. I mean, you just don't know. Courtney Gaines scared the hell out of me in that movie, so I'm going to pick him just because I feel like that still haunts me. And I'm just going to stop right there because I got my hand. I mean, I got a lot, a lot going. Matt Hughes,
Well, guys and gals and pals, similar guys and gals, you're watching this live. We always do this live. Remember, because this isn't a podcast. It takes a lot more than headphones and a microphone to do this show, guys and gals. We've given you lakes and horror series. We've given you guys and gals and pals riches and spoils. We've given you prides and prizes. We've given you rounds 1 and rounds 2 of the celebrity tournament, the greatest, the most star-studded tournament of them all. And we've always done it live, guys and gals and pals. Every genre is covered. It takes the equivalent of 4 or 5 days to put one episode together, and we've done it 208 times consecutively without fail. We've never been off air since we started, and we take that. That's the pride. That's our pride. We take pride in doing this and being here for you because your living rooms and bedrooms are open for us, and again, we appreciate that. I want to bring in the engine, guys and gals. Let's bring them in. I got Ramon, Chad, and Brian. Ramon, Chad, and Brian. We're going to react to this, guys, and Brian, Ramon, and Chad. Again, guys, we're all going to be on screen here together. let's make sure, guys and gals and pals, that you react, give us your reactions, ask questions as well, share the screen. Let's be generous with each other on screen. There's all of us here. Guys, let's bring in Ramon, guys and gals. Let's bring in Chad. Let's bring in Brian. Hello. You guys look great. The engine, guys. The engine.
Thank
How
you.
you doing,
Hello,
everybody?
everyone. Hi, everybody. How you doing?
Hey, what's going on,
I
everybody?
think, guys, is Sean trying to intimidate? I want to ask if they have the little side rivalries. Maybe Sean's not here. Speaking of 3 out of 4, Ramon, Chad, and Brian, 3 out of 4 of the engine members in this tournament. Sean not here, conspicuous by his absence. Do you think that might be a mind game? Is he trying to? It almost seems like he's trying to play some mind games against the other engine members. Brian, Chad, I'm going to ask Chad first what his thoughts are. Chad?
Well, too bad that rule wasn't inflicted right away, where if you had tech issues, you were already out of the tournament.
There you go. Well, guys, so you think it's a tech issue. You don't think it's mind games. Ramon, your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I can obviously see it being mind games. I mean, dude's got like 20 points or however much he's got in this tournament. He doesn't need to show up. That's probably what he's saying.
Brian?
I don't think it matters. I think in the end, we're just going to knock him out anyways.
Guys and gals and pals, again, a lot of confidence, which you need to go far in this tournament. Again, what I want to let you know, guys, is that next Saturday night, round number 2 will begin. The outro will officially signal the first matchup in round number 2. We'll make it official during the outro. Guys, here is another matchup that I will unveil before your very eyes. This is a 3-way matchup. Let's keep track of the matchups as well, guys.
Oh, for sure.
And are we keeping track of the matches? Okay.
Definitely.
Even if you're on screen, guys, keep track. We want that master list. Here is our next trio. First person we have here. Not too many people walk this planet saying they once had a 50-foot billboard with their name on it. Antonio Sabato Jr.
Whoa.
Listen, hey, you got to respect all fields. One of the greatest soap actors of all time. Antonio Sabato, Bold and Beautiful, General Hospital, guys, One Life to Live. He's done it all. Melrose Place. Very, very good performer and storyteller. Great model as well. Antonio Sabato showed us that he's more than just that. He ran for office years ago. The guy's a thinker. Definitely is a very sharp individual. I drew him. Well, I draw him again. I drew him along with, if I'm not mistaken, Scott Winters last time. So Antonio Sabato Jr. will be facing 2 others. The other 2 will be, we find out now in real time. Well, this is another heavy hitter. This is definitely another heavy hitter. Another very close friend. Another person with his own show on the network, guys and gals and pals. Antonio Sabato Jr. will be facing, yet again here, Scott Winters. Scott Winters.
Right there.
Phil typed that comment about Antonio, but how about Scott? 2 men of deep faith, huh? 2 men of deep faith. There's no doubt about that.
Wow.
Oh, man. And Calvin Klein model. Guys, wow. Sometimes you got to have faith. Sometimes it takes 2. Sometimes it takes 3. This is another person that has a lot of faith. Man who's seen his scars. Here we go. For the first time announced. Jake the Snake Roberts.
There he is. There's our guy. There's Jake.
The Snake Roberts, guys and gals.
Oh, my God.
We're going to have to zip through this, but I still want your opinion, so we're going to leave with some predictions. We're predicting 2 out of 3. Again, it's Jake Roberts, it's Scott Winters, it's Antonio Sabato Jr. Howard Collado, make your points, my friend, fast. We're going to keep going and keep going. Howard, who do you think is going to advance in this matchup?
Jake's gonna set in that venom. He's gonna bite, man. Jake is just a intelligent guy, personable, could get vulnerable. Wisdom up to wahoo. I'm going with Jake.
Jamie.
Scott Winters, I think, is gonna go on the next round with Jake. Right? We got 2 out of 3. That's what I'm going.
I like the prediction, Giselle.
I've got Jake and Scott. And look, there is nothing wrong with being on a soap opera consecutively for 1,000,000 years because you are working consistently, and that's all any storyteller ever wants.
Absolutely.
Brian?
Hey, Jake is one of my childhood favorites, and I'm going to tell you right now, Jake is bringing that heat, and he's a shoe-in. But then it comes down to Anthony Sabato and Scott Winters. Scott's got it.
Ramon?
I mean, I echo the sentiments of everybody else. I'm going with Jake and Scott. Like, absolutely no disrespect to Antonio. Like, he's a smart cat, but like he's going against two favorites.
And guys, remember, these are just predictions. We respect everybody here that does their thing here in this tournament, because I think we could all agree to this. To get the invite to be in this tournament, you definitely have to have not only your A game, but you have to be a marvelous human being that offers a lot and also can help educate the masses. We know that humanity is what we represent here, but you also have to be able to captivate the audiences. All three of them can. That being said, though, Chad, who are the two that you feel will advance to round number 3?
I think it's Jake and Scott as well, too. All three of them are heavy hitters, but I think at the end of the night, Jake and Scott will walk out.
Gus says, I agree, winners and Roberts. April concurs. I love it. Larry says, oh, wow, this could be a heck of a match. Jake is definitely moving on. Scott winners. I love your comments, guys. Keep those comments coming. Invite your friends and family to join along, because this is a very, very interactive show. And Naomi says Antonio and Scott. There you go. Antonio and Scott. You never know. Guys and gals, I have another matchup to announce. And after that, I'm going to get the panels, the new Engine members, guys and gals. I shouldn't say the new Engine members, the new panel members tonight. The Engine, Brian, Chad, and Ramon, are going to comment on the Jamie matchup. Rob Van Dam, Jamie Sparling, Zab Judah, guys and gals, and Matt Hughes to let us know who they think will advance in that matchup here live in front of the camera. But there's another matchup to announce, so let's get right to it, guys. I believe this is another triple threat matchup. Yes, it is. It's another trio.
Ooh.
Hearing the papers like a drum roll now. I don't know. It gets me so excited.
I feel you.
Our first participant, can you guys hear me well?
Yes.
Yes.
Can you guys hear me well?
Yes.
Yep. Still with us.
Okay. Can you guys hear me well?
Yes.
Yes.
I don't see myself moving for some reason.
No, there was a little freezing action.
I do not know what's happening here.
No delay.
Are you guys
lagging
seeing
a
me?
bit, but we can see you and hear you.
All right.
Wow.
All right.
So we got a lot to talk about, guys.
Antonio Sabato Jr. is multilingual. Not something that should be discounted, because learning
Didn't know
languages.
That's true.
He's incredibly intelligent, like Ramon said. I mean, anyone, no one's disrespecting or thinking he doesn't have what it takes, because we all know he does.
He definitely does, but he's got favorites in there. That's going to be tough to beat. He has got to be on top of his research and preparation.
Well, it comes down to the amounts of heavy hitters in this one, and only one of them gets to go home. I mean, the other two move on, and I think we all kind of can agree that the Jake the Snake brings something in there that the other two do not. I mean, no disrespect, they're great storytellers, they're great with audiences, but Jake is just humanizing. He just takes everything he says and brings it to your level, and you understand, you can feel it. And so then all of a sudden, it's the other two going against each other, and that's a tough call, man.
It really is. I mean, I think because of the fact that like Antonio is going up against two heavy hitters, and I'm pretty sure he knows that. He's a smart guy.
Yeah.
Like, I think that's going to put a chip on his shoulder to like go out there and just give it all he's got. I know he will. I cannot wait to see that.
I mean, Jake's definitely not afraid to come out and give it his all. Like, I mean, he's overcome a lot in his life, and I don't think this tournament's going to stop him from proving that point one more time. I think he's probably going to be the top vote getter out of that match. But I think Scott, he's very, very smart, talented. Just the way he delivers what he has to say, it comes across to the viewers really well. So he connects. And Antonio, he's great at what he does too. But I just think with Scott and Jake, he's going to be the underdog in the match of the night.
And Scott's been around the green room for a long time too, in different capacities and in TKN, so you can't discount that piece. And Jake the Snake Roberts actually is my hero and scares the hell out of me at the same time. Which, it is.
Scott is also one of our co-hosts here on TKN. He has the show A Better Day with Scott and Avi. So that show will be returning at some point after round 2 debuts. He'll be one of those fantastic talk shows we see after a match. a match and a celeb talk show in one night.
There you go.
Where else are you going to get that?
Only one place right here in this living room called the green room.
You're looking at it.
Only one place.
You know,
Chad, what do you think about having a match where we have at least two incredible human beings, most likely three incredible human beings, and then after that we see another incredible human being talk about their passion and what they love and why they wanted to do this show and be part of this network?
You know what, Giselle? I honestly am having a hard time hearing what you're coming across, not trying to divert. I didn't quite understand the question.
How do you feel about seeing so many luminaries in their match, and then after that we have the second half of the show where we see a talk show, where we see their passions, their energy?
I mean, anything can happen in TK, and you can see, the best moments of people. You can see their heart. You can see the sadness. You can just so many different sides of stories that open up people to where you don't get to know or what they're about.
And you're right. And guys and gals and pals, you've seen it from this panel. You've also seen it from this next trio. They gave us their heart. Here is the next trio of matchups we're announcing here live. Can you guys hear me well?
Yep. Yeah. You're good to go.
Perfect.
Yep.
Guys and gals and pals, you might hear me better. How's that? Is that better?
Yep.
Speak.
Live. Live. You guys hear me well?
Nope. It was better before.
Good.
Yeah, better the first time.
Yeah, it was better before.
Can you guys hear me well?
It's a little muffled at this time, sir.
Guys and gals, we are doing this in time. How about now? Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
We can hear you.
A little bit better.
All right, guys, this should do it.
Yeah.
How about now?
Yes.
Yeah.
We good to go?
We're good to go.
Good to go.
All right, guys
Let's
and
do this.
gals,
I want
this
to find
is
out the
live.
next match.
Here is the next matchup, guys and gals and pals. NBA Hall of Famer Calvin Murphy.
Ooh.
Hey,
okay.
When he was on screen, guys and gals, that man brought it. He knew exactly where he was going to go.
Did.
One of the most confident people, and I think he would be a tough draw for anyone.
Yeah. Agreed. Incredibly intelligent.
All right, guys and gals and pals, who will he draw? Let's see. Calvin Murphy. We'll be drawing two other luminaries. We're going to find out now in real time. Wow, look at this. What are the odds? Yet another Hall of Famer, guys and gals, and one of the most decorated Hall of Famers. He's not in there once, twice, but he's in there 3 times. And guys, also an Olympian. Mr. Lenny Wilkins, guys and gals. Basketball rivals back in the day. They were rivals on the court, and now they're going to face each other about 50 years later. It's true. They're going to face each other here. Guys and gals, over 50 years later, here they are. Their careers in the NBA started in the 60s, guys, so that's incredible stuff there. Absolutely. All right, guys, and then the third person they'll be facing in this trio, you never know. Will it be another NBA Hall of Famer? No, it will be someone who was nominated, guys and gals and pals, for an Oscar.
Ooh.
Mr. Eric Roberts, guys and gals. Mr. Eric Roberts. A huge sports fan, too. Eric Roberts, Lenny Wilkins, Calvin Murphy. These matchups are fire.
Whoa.
Guys and gals, they are fire. You don't have the desire to look at these matchups, guys, and call them fire. Trust me when I tell you, this is going to light you up because these three go deep. They're very deep thinkers. It's going to be a hell of a conversation when these three invite you to their virtual arena. It's going to happen in round number 2. Your thoughts, your predictions. I'll go backstage. Just jump in, panel. Jump in one at a time. Let us know who you think is going to advance and why.
All right. I mean, Eric Roberts is going on to the next one. I don't even know how I was able to get to stay in the thing there with him. So I think that's going to happen. Lenny Wilkins, no joke. I think competitive spirit and everything Eric brings to the table. Those two are going on to the next round. What do you think, Howard?
I think again, the level of life experience that Lenny and Calvin bring to this format is just amazing, as well as Eric. Eric and Lenny, they went up. They also had second chance matches, so they got more experience under their belt as well. Calvin did a great showing, but I really, when we're on the black box, right, we get that experience, we get those reps. Those two individuals got some more experience. They got a better sense of what this is. So I really do think that Lenny and Eric are definitely going to take it. So, Giselle, what do you think?
Yeah, this one's tough. Knowing that Lenny and Calvin were rivals on the court is definitely going to bring something different, something fun to this more mental challenge here in this arena on this proverbial court. But then we throw Eric Roberts in there, who has such a vast resume, a vast array of different types of roles, loves what he does, is also fun-loving, serious about the competition. This one's really hard to call, but I think I'm going Lenny and Eric. Brian?
And boys, what do you say?
I honestly have to disagree on this one. I mean, yes, I agree with the Eric one. However, when I watched Calvin when he was going against the person he was going against last time, he had his head down most of the time, and he still nailed every single question. It was like watching somebody who had already known all the answers. It was crazy. And I mean, Lenny Wilkins, yes, brings heat, but Calvin is on a different level of him. He's got this. He's so laid back, nonchalant that he knows he's going to win, and it's going to be against Calvin and Lenny. And I honestly think Calvin may edge out. I mean, I'm sorry, that's just my opinion.
I mean, absolutely. Like, no disrespect there, but yeah, like I mean, you look up these three guys, you look up passion in the dictionary. I mean, these three guys are fighting for that spot too. But like, I mean, Eric, good God, that man is just a treasure. Like, I love hearing him talk every single time he's on here. And Calvin Murphy, like, I think it was a topic where he was talking about Muhammad Ali during one of his matches, and that was the passion. I could definitely hear in his voice, and I could see it in his eyes, and that's what really brought it out to me. Like, this guy can go all the way, man. I love Lenny, but like Brian said, it's going to be between like Lenny and Calvin. I think Calvin's going to just take it over Lenny.
I got to go with Eric and Lenny. I mean, they both show, like, I mean, a lot of passion. I don't know much about Calvin. I'm not much of a basketball guy, and I've seen a lot more of Lenny and Eric to really know what they're about. So, I mean, just for what I've seen, what they can do, I have to tilt my hat and my hand towards them to, walk away the better people in that match. That's the way my heart has to go.
I hear you, Chad.
I have another match to announce.
Here we go.
I've pulled out the number 4 card.
Oh.
Another 4-way. I told you there'd be 4-way matchups, guys.
Nice.
3 out of 4 advance in this one. First luminary here. I'm going to say this again. Not on many people's top 10, but on my top 10 consistently. Watch out for those broadcasters. This is a man who's astute. This is a man who was considered the lead anchor on ESPN for 20 plus years, Mr. John Anderson, guys and gals. I think a favorite to win, in my opinion, definitely. I don't say that about everybody. John Anderson, guys, he's the real deal. Everybody is here. We have a lot of strong competitors. John Anderson and his understanding of the English language alone makes him a contender to win this thing. John Anderson, Wisconsin's own John Anderson. He's facing. Yeah. He'll be fit. Well, again, another Hall of Famer sticking to that. We're showing you. This is the night where you literally see how the 131 Hall of Famers from the world of sports, music, and pro wrestling, not to mention Oscar, Grammy, Tony, Emmy, Golden Globe, WGA, Emmy, and Olympians all competing for the pride of the prize, make up the size of this tournament, guys and gals and pals. Another Hall of Famer before your very eyes. One of the greatest running backs of all time, guys and gals. Mr. Eric Dickerson.
Oh.
A very intelligent man.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Well, he taught us about Frederick Douglass. Loved what he did there. He was up against, of course, guys and gals and pals. Some stiff competition. Eric Roberts and D. Wallace. He made it to round number 2 along with D. Eric Dickerson, John Anderson.
It's a 4-way.
Another Hall of Famer.
Oh.
Yeah. I think that Michael Jordan is the Cheryl Swoops of the NBA, guys and gals. Cheryl Swoops. This is it, guys. You want the Mecca. This is it. This is the greatest, arguably, along with Lisa Leslie, the greatest WNBA player of all time. We got them all here. All walks of life. Cheryl Swoops, guys and gals, will be facing John Anderson, Eric Dickerson, and a man who I've said this before. You haven't seen enough of him. Maybe he made an impression last time, a couple weeks ago. I think he could win it. Mr. Rick Mahorn, guys and gals. Like for y'all to discuss, I'm going to go backstage. I'll give you the lineup again. For this 4-way, we got John Anderson, Rick Mahorn, Cheryl Swoops, guys and gals and pals, and Eric Dickerson. Let us know your thoughts. Which 3 are advancing and why?
All right, who wants to start with this one?
I will. Between you and me, it's Swoops. There it is. You know, that's going to be the number 1 contender. And then when you have the other 3, oh my God, it's I have to give it to Mahorn and oh Lord, now I just forgot his name. The sportscaster. Oh,
John Anderson.
Yes, John Anderson. But dude. You know, it's gonna be it's all sports, and if anybody knows what he's talking about, it's John Anderson. Yeah. I mean, playing the sports is one thing, but sports casting the whole thing is a complete other thing. I mean, first of all, he's got the English language at his fingertips. He has to speak constantly in front of audiences and keep their minds captured. This man, wow.
I'm gonna jump in and say, what I love is Rick Mahorn. You know, when he was on, I believe last Saturday, he was gunning for people. You know, so there's his
Hold on, Mark Henry,
and specifically, and Mark Henry, and so he has
called out Mark Henry. I think I
called
said
him
that.
out.
Called him out. Yeah.
No fear there.
You don't want this heat. Is what Mark was saying. But there's something to be said about that kind of competitive,
competitive fire. Who are the 3 that are advancing? Let's get this going. Who do you got?
So I'm going to say Rick Mahorn, Cheryl, and Eric. That's my top 3 right there.
Jamie.
I'm going to go with Rick Mahorn, Cheryl, and I can't pick a third. I can't do it. I'm going to go with Cheryl and Eric Dickerson.
Who wants to jump in?
Rick,
John
Cheryl,
Anderson.
and John.
Rick, Cheryl, and John. Okay.
John Anderson jumped to the top of my list immediately after his debate. He has not left that list. He is in one of my top 10. I think it's definitely him and Cheryl, and I am tossing up between the other 2. I might give it to Eric Dickerson.
Eric Dickerson. All right. Ramon?
I mean, Rick is 100% at the top. Rick Mahorn at the top. I'm going.
Of course, you're a Michigan guy, of course.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, like he's a bad boy. He knows how to play dirty, and he wants Mark. So I think that's going to
advance.
Yeah.
Another matchup, guys and gals. Ramon's got Rick as his top pick.
Rick, Cheryl, and Eric.
Another 4-way matchup.
Ooh.
Who would have thought, guys? Another 4-way matchup.
Wow.
This is incredible. We're zipping through this. We've already announced almost half. We're almost done, guys.
Wow.
We're zipping right through this. Are you guys pumped up about these matchups being announced here live in front of your eyes?
Oh, they're awesome.
Fascinating.
That's why we're here.
After I announce this matchup, I want to get everyone's thoughts. Again, did you guys discuss Jamie when I was off here in his matchup?
Not
We're
yet.
going to discuss Jamie's matchup. All good picks. Cheryl for sure. Okay, let's keep things moving, guys. Our next 4-way matchup will include... Check this again. Sure. All right, here we go. Not too many people walking on this earth who are considered top 50 of all time in their sport and memorizing phone books. Mr. Jerry Lucas.
Nice.
Okay. Yeah, got a photographic memory, writes children books, one of the greatest NBA players of all time, former champion as well, Olympian. Jerry Lucas, guys and gals. There are no slouches in this tournament. Jerry Lucas will be facing another Hall of Famer. We have a lot of those. This man, guys and gals, he fought the law and he won.
Oh.
Yes, he definitely helped a lot of underclassmen. Mr. Spencer Haywood, guys and gals. Mr. Spencer Haywood.
I love
the
that.
Spencer Haywood rule, guys. One of the most well-known players of all time. Spencer Haywood, Jerry Lucas, two NBA Hall of Famers, and this one. There is a third Hall of Famer that they'll be facing. Again, look it up. It's not just me saying this. The Jordan before Jordan himself, one of the top 20 of all time, Mr. Rick Barry, guys. Mr. Rick Barry, who's one of the favorites, another favorite to win this thing. Yeah, co-host of Hall of Fame Hangout, guys. Rick Barry, one of the greatest of all time. Rick Barry, Spencer Haywood, guys and gals and pals, or dear friends, and Jerry Lucas. And the fourth, I guess it's another night of Hall of Famers when this match takes place, because we have another Hall of Famer in this matchup. 3 out of 4 advance. Guys and gals and pals. Sometimes a picture's worth 1,000 words. Hacksaw Jim Duggan. Hacksaw Jim Duggan. The Hacksaw himself, guys. He was on with Joe Montana. And also, if I'm not mistaken, I believe, who was the third one in that matchup? Joe Montana, Hacksaw, and Ed Begley Jr. And then, of course, we had judges like that night. I think Lenny Wilkins and Mark Henry were there. What a star-studded matchup this is. Spencer Haywood, Rick Barry, Jerry Lucas, and Jim Duggan. Please discuss, guys and gals, while I go to the back. And once you discuss this matchup, let's talk about Jamie and his matchup as well. But here, who are the 3 out of 4 who advance? Please kick it to the next person. I will ask you to do so, guys. Make your opinion, make your prediction, kick it to the next person in the panel.
I'm going Hacksaw, Jim Duggan, and Rick Barry without a doubt. Ho, Ramon, who do you got?
Oh, man, I got to go with Hacksaw and Jerry Lucas.
Ooh,
yeah,
nice.
my 2 favorites. Going to you, Chad.
I got to go Jerry and Hacksaw as well, too. They're, just like you guys, are the favorites in this one, I believe. What do you think, Brian?
I got to go Jerry and Hacksaw, too, man. I mean, yeah.
Can't help it, can you?
Brian, 3 advance. Brian, you gave us 2. 3 advance, Brian.
Yeah.
3.
4-way.
Then I would have to go Rick Barry at the end of that one.
Yes, sir. Makes sense, Brian.
Yeah, yeah. So, yeah, guys,
So I will kick it to Howard Collado. Howard Collado, your thoughts?
Thank you, Klein. Thank you, Avi. So, yeah, guys, it's a 4-way, so 3, right? 3 are going to be advancing. Rick Barry. He's going to definitely be bringing it. I think Jim is so personable. You want to take him home and just, have cake with him. So Jim Duggan, definitely. And it's going to be interesting. If Spencer doesn't get in the head of Rick or vice versa, because they wanted each other, it's going to be Spencer, Jim Duggan, and Rick Barry for me.
Good call, Howard.
Giselle.
Spencer's been after Rick Barry and Eddie Johnson since he first came on, and he's got half of his wish. So he's going to bring it no matter what. But we have 2 of the top 50 basketball players of all time on here. I think I'm going Rick, Spencer, and Jim Duggan.
Good choice.
Nice.
That's what I got.
Very good.
Nice. So,
Engine. Brian, Chad, Ramon.
Are we alive, guys? It's Saturday night and we're live. And there are people that are bringing us into their living rooms. Are we alive? Are we alive? Check your pulse, because this is the last night we're going to have a reveal show. I want to see the energy. I don't want to see hesitancy. This ain't the 8th grade prom where we're worried about asking somebody out for a dance. Jump right in there. Jump in. Don't wait for me. Don't wait for me.
Oh, no, we're at the dance.
we are.
Hold on, am I a wallflower? What happened?
Well,
I don't know. Are you? Let's Brian, Chad, Ramon, is Jamie a wallflower in his match? Is that going to detract? Is that going
I think, honestly, I think honestly, Jamie's got it. I mean, I hate to say this, man, to any of your other competitors, but when I watch you go at it, bro, you are throwing down and you ain't stopping. Chad, what do you think?
I think Jamie's definitely going through. He didn't come back into the tournament just for any old reason. He's here for a purpose, and I think he's here to stay. You know, he's just not one of them pretty faces that we see every day. He's here, and you know, watch out for Jamie. I'll just say that. I think Zab's going to definitely be another hard one to take out during the match. You know, he's a world champion, undefeated many times. You know, man's going to be unstoppable. And, you know, another champion I think it's going to be along there with him is Matt Hughes is going to be the next one to move on with them. I hate to say that RVD's the underdog, in my opinion, out of this one, but if there had to be, it would be RVD, unfortunately.
I don't know if RVD's ever been in that position.
Right?
I don't know.
Ramon, what do you think?
Yeah.
I mean, I look at RBD as like the that laid back philosopher. Like he doesn't mince his words. Like every single one of his words always meant something. And I'm very jealous of you, Jamie, that you got RVD in your match. But also very not envious because very tough cat. Yeah. But I could definitely see you going on, Jamie. Like Jamie, RBD, and Matt Hughes.
Guys and gals and pals, see him. We are at the shank of the evening, the 11th hour, if you will, and right now, and there will be 11th hour matchups, guys. Some celebs that will not be announced tonight are going to get their chance. We got some big names. They'll have essentially 2 second-round matchups, if you want to call them that. The 11th hour match sort of doubles as their first-round match, and if they win that one during round 2 at any point, they then will have a second-round matchup, guys and gals. A second-round matchup. So, yes, we have some 11th hour matchups. Not a lot, but we have enough. And they can pop in during a talk show, an In the Dojo, a Paper Knife, a Howard show. That matchup could happen on a black box. You just never know, believe me. All right, we have another triple threat matchup, guys, to announce a 3-way. 2 out of 3 advance. Let's discuss this. We are zipping through these matchups here. Calling this randomly here. Let's see who we have. All right, guys. This is a very, very intelligent human being. This is a man who essentially was the star of his own HBO show and won an Oscar for writing the Oscars, Mr. Robert Wall, guys. Comedian, co-star of the original Batman in '89. This man's resume is incredible and diverse. Robert Wall, a baseball aficionado, guys and gals, by the way.
Absolutely.
Robert Wall, one of the all-time greats, no doubt about that in his field. Robert Wall will be facing, oh, wow, this is a very interesting one. A man who is the first, and we're talking about Cooperstown, the first Canadian Baseball Hall of Famer of all time. Ferguson Jenkins, guys. Ferguson Jenkins.
Nice.
That is a night. Trust me when I tell you. You will want to make sure you had your breakfast, lunch, and dinner. You want to make sure that you have devoured your entree when you watch this matchup because it's going to be a hell of a match. Ferguson Jenkins, guys and gals, is going to be facing not only Robert Wall, but also another luminary. What a draw this is. Kind of a theme here. Another baseball aficionado, but you want to talk about one of the greatest of all time on stage and on set. Mr. Joe Mantegna. This is the luck of the draw. I mean, sometimes you might be a favorite in your match. Sometimes that one flyer that pops in all of a sudden maybe counts you out on paper, at least. You never know what could happen. Anybody could win at any time. This is it. Joe Mantegna, Robert Wall, and of course, Ferguson Jenkins. Their resumes are incredible. Jump in and please throw it to the next panel member after you make your prediction.
I mean,
I gotta go.
Yeah. I'll just go ahead and like as soon as I saw Robert Wall up there, like, yep, he's going, and then, ooh boy, and then Ferguson Jenkins and Joe Mantegna, like, yeah, it's Robert and Joe for me. Go ahead, finish what you were gonna say, Chad.
Oh, I was definitely going to go Joe and Robert as well, too. I mean, they're both made very, very good debates the last time that they were on, and they just came out swinging. And, yeah, that's who I've got to go with.
It needs nothing more said. It needs nothing more said. It's Joe and Robert. What do you think, Jamie?
I don't know. I was going to say Joe and Robert, but now we just want to argue just a little bit. You know what I mean? It's just in my nature. But you guys said kind things earlier, and you're rooting for me, so I'm just going to pass on to Howard.
That works too. That works too.
Have a debate about the debate. For me, I mean, Robert, yeah, he came out swinging with Medusa, has a very high energy. But talk about, difference of styles again, right? Joe and Ferguson, just very soft-spoken individuals. But I do think at the end of it, it's going to be Robert, and then it's going to be kind of a two-way tie between Ferguson and Joe. But I am going to go with Joe.
Consult KP Now, Cheryl, Eric, and John. Talk Show Dojo. Another bunch of wonderful matchups. I like that, Allison. Very good stuff. Let us know your predictions, guys. Why not?
Yeah, for every
John,
match.
Cheryl, Eric. Who has not made their prediction for this matchup?
I have not.
Giselle.
Yes. So do not discount those who are slightly more quiet or introverted because they are still bringing the passion and the fire there. You get them to open up, which Avi does so well on this show and all of the shows here on TKN, and they are going to come out swinging. And Ferguson Jenkins has so many stories to tell us.
Yeah.
I am going with Joe Montana and Ferguson Jenkins.
Joe Montana is also a Chicago Cubs fan, and Ferguson, there's going to be a great conversation here. Robert Wall is a baseball historian. It's going to be amazing. He actually decided to write Arliss, which he starred in, because he's such a fan of sports, and he used his cachet, if you will, to speak to a person I knew personally, guys and gals and pals. He spoke to a gentleman by the last name of Albright. I won't mention his first name, who ran HBO for many years. And he pitched to this person and said, I want to do this show because I have the experience, but the knowledge. Give me a chance, give me a pilot, and if this pilot does well, remotely well, give me one season. And he got just that. Arliss took him about 7-8 years. He said it live when he was with us.
Yeah.
Just to pitch this thing. So in case you're wondering about TCAN or any of the people out there that sit there, those armchair quarterbacks who hunch and munch and try to give us a wicked punch. Trust me when I tell you, doing this thing live, there is no timetable. We're enjoying it. So we're having fun. There is no magic wand. You don't get to the summit unless you enjoy the journey. And trust me, when you get to the summit, you'll probably say, man, this feels pretty good, but what's next? What other journey am I going to be on? So I'm not rushing this. We're not rushing this. We're enjoying taking this slow walk together. And we are smelling the roses, Forrest Gump style. So, guys, another matchup before you. This is a four-way matchup.
Ooh, another four-way.
Cool.
Glad you guys got to know him a bit last week. I got to know him for a while. This man could talk. This man could really resonate with the masses. He's a great storyteller and also happens to be a former MVP and Hall of Famer. Mr. Mark Rippon, guys and gals.
Ooh.
A Canadian by birth, Mr. Mark Rippon.
Amazing.
One of the great. Remember him as a Washington Redskin quarterback? One of the best.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Won the Super Bowl, guys and gals, with the Redskins.
Buffalo Bills, yeah.
Took out our Giants as well on the way there. Buffalo doesn't count, but you're right.
Yeah.
We have another one that he's facing here. Guys and gals, he will be facing another Hall of Famer. We have a lot of those. And guys, in the comment section, let us know who you think will advance. 3 out of 4 in this four-way matchup. First name announced was Mark Rippon. Second name announced is this man.
Oh, hey.
Ray Mercer. Hey, gold medal winning Olympian, boxing Hall of Famer, and former heavyweight champion of the world. Knocked out Tommy the Machine Gun Morrison, if you remember, to win the championship. And also a very motivational person. He made it via the 11th hour. There are no more 11th hours. Fun is good, Bob. You're right. And we appreciate you, Mr. Cook, the cooker. Appreciate you, Bob. Great human being. This is a matchup. Again, a lot of sports fans here. This is going to be a great conversation between two men who go, again, very, very deep and share their history and their past. Mark Rippon, Ray Mercer, the third person that they drew out of 4, is going to shake things up right off the bat. I'm going to tell you right now.
Nasty boy.
He is nasty indeed. Mr. Jerry Sags.
Do it.
Hey, I want to say this about Jerry. Jerry Sags is a very intelligent human being.
Yes.
Jerry Sags is a very passionate human being. Jerry Sags knows how to grab the audience in the palm of his hands. Not only entertain, but also educate. He is, again, the epitome of edutainment. So Jerry Sags, guys and gals, he drew Mark Rippon. He drew Ray Mercer, and he drew, another co-host of mine who took out a man we always know inspires us, who took out a man who's considered one of the favorites. Babcock did it to Scott Winters, and this man did it to Lenny Wilkins. Magnum TA, guys and gals. Look at that panel. Magnum TA, Jerry Sags, Ray Mercer, and Mark Rippon are all going to be on screen. Let's take this in for a second. All of these individuals will be on screen together. Who are the three that will advance in this matchup as I go off screen? Kick it off to your partner when we're done. Let us know why, starting with Chad.
I got to go Jerry. I got to go Magnum. And I have to go Mark with this one. A fellow Canadian. All three of them are heavy hitters. I don't really think there's an underdog in this match, but those are my three favorites. And what do you think about that, Brian?
Honestly, Mark, Jerry, and Magnum. I mean, I love Mercer, but dear God. What do you think, Ramon?
I mean, man, I got to echo that too. Like Mark, Jerry, and Magnum. I mean, you got to keep the bleep machine on for Jerry Sags, but like, oh man, like all three of them like got that passion, and man, like they're all great. They're all great, but those are the three that like I feel will go very far. Want to hear what you got, Jamie?
I'm going Mark, Jerry, and Ray. I don't know. Ray is something special. There's dynamite in those hands. Everybody knows it. I don't know. He's a fighter, so I got to go for those three there. Howard?
Yeah, I'm gonna go with definitely Jerry, and I do agree with Ramon. There's gonna perhaps maybe a bleep machine ready to go, but I do think actually Ray really opened up a lot. He has such a great cause that he fights for that he talked about last time, and I think it reflects so much of his heart. So Jerry, Ray, and then I'm gonna say Magnum. Magnum has some beautiful life wisdom that he brings to this table. Not to discount anything from Mark, but yeah, I'm going to go with Ray, Jerry, and Magnum. Giselle, what do you think?
Mark and Jerry for sure. And then I think Ray is going to edge out Magnum TA by a hair. It's going to be real tight.
I mean, it might be one of those nights where we have to rely on the engine.
Guys and gals and pals, the engine members earn their spots. That's why they're here, as did Giselle, Jamie, and Howard. Give it up for them because they are giving it their all right now. They are expressing their passion. They're allowing themselves to feel and express that wholeheartedly because once this broadcast is off, you don't see us for another 3 days or even a week. So, hey, we're going to give you everything we got till the end of this broadcast. We promise you. Am I right, guys and gal?
You got that right.
Yes.
110%.
Wait.
Julio says this is hard. I'm going Sags, Magnum, and Ray for this one. Give us your insight. Johnny likes the matchup. Awesome guy, Magnum TA. Yes, he is. Terry Allen is a great guy, Bob, and so are you, and we appreciate your comments as well. Some great matchups here. There's no doubt about that. It is going to be fun. 3 out of 4 will advance in that matchup, and our next matchup, guys and gals and pals, is a triple threat. It's a 3-way matchup. 2 out of 3 will advance in this one.
Okay.
Uh-oh. I like that.
What's going on here? Nothing's being said.
I don't like that.
Another one of the favorites. Every time there's a favorite, it's a mic drop. Another one of the favorites here.
Uh-oh.
Steven Tobolowsky, guys. In this arena, this man could be a champion. He was there in opening night of round number 1, defeated Todd by a hair. He did it while sick with pneumonia, did not want to cancel or postpone. Co-host of one of the best shows we have, Standout Stories with Steven Tobolowsky. A gentleman, a friend since almost the beginning of this thing, was part of 2 tournaments. Really a favorite to win. He drew 2 others, and the other 2 are... I could literally right now, if I auto-recorded that, I could play it back. I could literally say the same thing for my next...
Oh, no.
For the next participant.
No. Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Who are you thinking?
Yeah.
Who?
I'm thinking Mark.
Mark's matchup has already been announced.
Oh, yeah, that's right. No, that it would be. Oh,
What are we thinking? Just say it. Say it out loud.
Change. I'm thinking Dakin Matthews.
Someone who, for the last time, I know that when I say words, they resonate with you, but when I bring this name up, please understand, no bias, not just because he's a dear friend, one of the favorites to win. Also a broadcaster and NBA legend, Eddie Johnson, guys and gals. Trust me when I tell you, I don't want to say that I told you so afterward. Eddie Johnson is amazing. He is going to be on with Stephen Tobolowsky.
Oh my God!
And a third person.
If you say take it, I'm leaving.
Guys, remember, we could look at someone on screen and say they're either a favorite or we don't really consider them a favorite without any feelings getting hurt. We can say that, right?
Mm-hmm.
We can bring it. We can be real, right?
Yeah.
Maybe it'll challenge them. Maybe it'll challenge them and give them some inspiration. Guys and gals, I promise no one here on screen that's going to be facing Stephen Tobolowsky or Eddie Johnson is going to complain. No one is going to moan, not even Ramon. This just in, guys. This just in. I told you tonight would be filled with unpredictable matchups, even more than the last 2 weeks combined. Ramon, Stephen Tobolowsky, and Eddie Johnson, guys and gals. 2 out of 3 will advance.
Wow.
Please discuss and kick it over to another panel member when you're done. Predictions.
Ramon, I love you, man.
First or last?
I'll go. I gotta say, Ramon, I love you, man. I gotta give it to Stephen Tobolowsky and Ramon. Chad, what do you think?
You know what? I actually think Ramon can pull it off. I do. But I mean, I know Steven is like he's up there. So I'm actually going to agree with you, Brian. I have faith in Ramon, and I think he can pull this off. I do. What do you think, Ramon?
I'm going to jump right in here, Chad. Okay? I mean, Ramon, you got stuff to say. I want to hear it. Okay? But I do believe. I believe you got it in you, kid. If I can hang with Eric Roberts, you can hang with all the rest of them. Stephen Tobolowsky and you, my friend. That's who I think is going on. Howard, come on, talk to us.
You know, I've said this to Ramon. Every time he comes on, it's awesome to watch him grow. Just as a just as a debater, as a storyteller. That said, I've seen Stephen, what he brings. It's fire. His show is just amazing. It's natural storyteller. You can tell a story in his sleep, and he'll still be engaging. Eddie Johnson, he's a monster. I mean, it's a monster. Why am I going to vote for Ramon? Why? Why should I ask for Ramon? I don't know. You know why? Because you're the freaking underdog, and I've been in that position, and I've been there many times. So damn it, Ramon, freaking bring it. Bring that fire that night. Don't make me regret me saying Stephen Tobolowsky and Ramon.
Yeah.
What do you think?
For sure.
Ramon, you got your work cut out for you. You have got to bring it. You have to work harder than you have ever worked in your entire life for this. I think you can do it. But if we're making predictions based on what was pulled up tonight, I gotta go Stephen and Eddie.
No one will blame you, Giselle.
I know.
No one will blame you for that, without a doubt. But anything could happen.
I'm well aware. This is why we love the show. All right, Ramon, what are you thinking? This is all you.
I mean, like, I'm gonna tell you exactly what I was thinking as soon as Stephen Tobolowsky came on. I was like, that's scary. Whoever has him is screwed. But I mean, like, listen, I would be a square if I didn't go for myself to win. So listen, I'm gonna go out there. I'm gonna give it all I got. It's gonna be me. It's gonna be Steven moving on. Let's do this.
Yeah, buddy.
You have an amazing voice, Ramon. I swear I could listen to you probably read the back of like ingredients or something. And I'd be like, that guy right there. I think you got this, man.
I appreciate it, man.
Ramon, my advice to you is make sure that you don't watch their matchups. Don't watch any matchup that Stephen Tobolowsky had. Don't watch any matchup that Eddie Johnson had. Don't watch any matchup that you had. What you need to do is make sure that you come at it with as much clarity and be as concise as possible. Don't shortchange us because you're a very kind human being. You're one of the kindest human beings that I'm getting to know. You've got a good soul. I like you a lot. And I also know that you're humble. So I'm not saying be someone different. Don't change. Be you. But give us more of you because we want more of you, brother. So let's see what you do. Guys and gals, that's Ramon. That is Stephen Tobolowsky. That is Eddie Johnson. When I say give us more of you, I mean when you're on screen. Illustrate, my friend. Illustrate. Because you, like Jamie said, we could listen to you all day. There's a very kind and mellow vibe about you. Don't change. Don't be someone different. Not for us, not for anybody. You're fine just where you are. Guys and gals, it's going to be one hell of a matchup. I'm looking forward to it. So is Alexander. So is Allison. Us Michiganders need to stick together, says Naomi. There you go. Mark B.U. Ramon says Lena. Thank you, Lena. Lester, you can do it, Ramon. Absolutely, guys. Let's see how it goes. Hell yeah, Ramon says Miranda. And Steven Miranda, you're going to have some matchups. Your matchup's going to get called too. Hey, still to come. Chad's going to find out who he's facing. Brian's going to find out who he's facing. Miranda's going to find out who he's facing. Megan's going to find out who she's facing. Phil Justin's going to find out who he's facing. Yours truly is going to find out who he's facing. Can't wait for that. So stick around for all of that and more, guys and gals. Here is our next matchup. If I'm not mistaken, this is a triple threat matchup.
Nice.
3.
Very cool.
Come out of this envelope. Here we go. Well, a couple of minutes ago, things got real nasty.
Oh,
they'll continue to get nasty because the other half of the nasty boy, a good friend, a very good friend, Brian Knobs.
Do it.
Brian Knobs, I got this, he says. I can hear him saying it already. I got this. Mr. Brian Knobs, guys and gals, a very smart man, a very energetic man, a very passionate man, a guy who could bring it no matter what, a guy who's knowledgeable, a guy who's experienced. He's seen the world twice and over. Mr. Brian Knobs will be facing 2 other luminaries. Who they are, we'll find out right about now. The second will be... Let's love the energy we're seeing on screen from the panel as well. They're bringing it here on a Saturday night, guys. No other place we'd rather be. Am I right about that?
That's 100% true. Where else are you going to find this?
I'll tell you.
Each and every Saturday.
Each and every Saturday, one of the few 2 sport athletes in the world that excelled in both. Mr. Brian Jordan, guys and gals. Very smart man, writes children's books. A very smart human being, baseball legend and NFL legend, both sports. And also a good basket. The guy did everything. Mr. Brian Jordan will be facing Brian Knobs. So 2 Brians in this matchup. Will it be a third Brian? We have more Brians here. We have one on screen right now. Will it be a third? I don't think so, guys and gals. I think that things just got a little bit hotter. I think that this matchup is not only going to resonate here in the U.S., but maybe abroad, maybe across the pond, maybe in London.
With Jeremy!
God, I love being live. Live is fun. Isn't live fun? God, Jeremy London, Brian Knobs, and Brian Jordan. Our panel, our astute panel of very intelligent men. Jamie's looking at that going like, man, I'm glad I didn't draw that matchup. That's the kind of vibe I'm getting there. So we'll start with Jamie. He'll give us his assessment and prediction, guys and gals, with gusto. And then he'll kick it off to somebody else, and we'll keep going until you guys are done. I'll go backstage. Jamie, the floor is yours. 2 out of 3.
2 out of 3. Whenever I see Jeremy London, I am like, I don't know that guy. He's somebody else I could just listen to for so long, Whoa, exactly. That's exactly how I feel about the entire thing. I'm going to go with Jeremy London, and the other one I'm going to keep to myself.
Ooh.
I'm going to jump in and actually tell you guys and gals and pals. We're going to see Jamie momentarily. But yeah, let's go in that order. Howard to kick it to Giselle. Giselle will kick it to Brian. Brian to Chad. Chad to Ramon. Howard to Colado.
Jeremy is a force of nature. If you ever get a chance to see that Patera match, it was a tour de force. Jeremy is going to bring fire, and I want to see the rebuttals. Rebuttals happen in that match. I'm going to be on cloud 9. I think it might happen. So Jeremy definitely is getting my vote. Then it really comes down between Brian and Brian Jordan, Brian Knobs. Now, Brian Jordan, I think, is going to be calculated enough to be able to sneak in a good, just a lot of amazing things. But I think Brian Knobs is just personable. It's like you want to bring him home, or you want to bring him home, and such a sweet guy. I'm going to go with Jeremy and Brian Knobs. Giselle.
I also have London and Knobs. They are it's, you know, you're going to be in for a good night whenever they're on screen, whether together or separately. It's going to be one heck of a conversation again, but I think Knobs and London are going to pull this out. Brian.
I have to agree. I mean, London and Knobs, for me, for Brian Knobs, it's his personality, man. He won't let anybody get past him. Let's be honest here. Chad, what do you think?
I got to go with Ollie's. You know, it's got to be Brian Knobs and Jeremy for sure. You know, they're both very charismatic. They're both very, very entertaining, and they just both know how to bring the heat in the very end. Plain and simple.
Ramon?
I mean, like I honestly, I gotta agree. Like Brian Knobs' passion, it just permeates through the screen. And Jeremy London, he's got the competitive spirit to put the fear of God into any competitor that he goes up against. So.
Good way of putting it. I love that, guys. I'll wait for Jamie for the next matchup. But hey, yeah, real talk as always. You're right about that, Lena. And Lena, let me ask you a question too. First of all, guys, Engine in the audience typing away. Which matchup intrigues you the most tonight, and why? Which matchup intrigues you the most tonight? That's the night. That's the question of the night. I'll ask Brian. Brian, thus far you've been watching and commenting, and now you're here live with us. Which matchup, if you couldn't miss a match, and none of these are matches we're going to miss, but if there is one on top of your wish list, which is one you simply cannot miss?
Stephen Tobolowsky, Eric, and Ramon. I mean, I'm going to be honest with you. It's a matchup I did not see happening, but a matchup that I have to see. It's you know, it is the epitome of what this show is about.
Something tells me it's coming real soon too. That match, real soon. Chad, is there? I don't know why. I'm very intrigued about Jake Roberts and Scott Winters being on screen together as well, and seeing Antonio and where they go, because there's going to be surprises, guys. There's going to be people that we don't know too much about. So I understand why we're probably picking people we do know a lot about. But that's what this tournament is about, is making sure that we know more about the person behind the persona. But that being said, Chad, I won't get mad if you pick somebody else. Who is your pick? Who is the one matchup? Which is the one matchup that you want to see?
Well, I'm definitely going to have to say it's going to be Jim Brunzell, John Lovitz, Jesse Ventura. Yeah. Three hard-hitting people, probably three of the top names that you could probably find in the tournament in one match. Who's going to win?
Who knows? Jim Brunzell and Jesse Ventura, good friends out in Minnesota too, so that should be very interesting. We're different viewpoints sometimes. Ramon, you don't have to tell me about your match. I know you're going to be watching because you'll be there live. But other than Stephen Tobolowsky, Ramon, guys and gals and pals, and of course, and what a matchup that's going to be, and Eddie Johnson, who do you think, Ramon, which is the match you don't want to miss and why?
I mean, I got to be honest. It's Jake, Scott, and Antonio. Like, I want to see all three of those men just talk to each other. Like, that'll be one that's hard to vote on because I just want to listen to them just interact and talk.
Still to come, guys. Kid and Play. Haven't announced either of them, not only on this show, but we haven't announced Kid and Play on the other second round reveal shows, and they're passionate about this thing. Howard Collado, which matchup do you not want to miss and why thus far?
Yeah, I want to see. I don't want to miss Sally, Jesse, Raphael, Nancy, Berrigan, and Dee Wallace. I mean, both. I mean, their first time at this.
And we're getting this for free, guys. If you really want to thank us, get your friends and family. Don't just say it. Don't lip service is lip service. Get your friends and fam. You don't owe us anything, but we sure would feel happy knowing that we're doing this, providing it for free, and then you guys are bringing in the masses because these are matchups you're watching absolutely free. Where else? I'm not saying it to be braggadocious, but where in broadcast television, cable television, or live streaming could you ever get even 1% of what we have to offer? Howard, Sally, Nancy, and Dee Wallace is going to be a barn burner. There's no doubt about that. We're going to learn a lot. We're going to learn a lot and be educated. Giselle?
Also, Sally, Nancy, and Dee. Look, any match where Dee Wallace might be considered an underdog has got to be one amazing night. And can we consider her an underdog? Are there underdogs in that match? I am so here for it. I'm going to be on the edge of my seat for that match. I am not going to have any nails left after that match. I can't wait for that conversation. I'm going to be shouting that one from all of the rooftops. I will be shouting all of the matches from all of the rooftops, but that one in particular, that's my rooftop match.
I love that, guys. I love your comments and your opinions. We're going to wait for Jamie, Mr. Sparling. If not, we're going to keep going. Naomi says, Brian brought me here. And I brought in my sister April. I appreciate that. Thank you. Nice comment there. Let's bring it over to you. Hashtag braggadocious indeed, Avi. I don't mean to be. Hey, listen, when you're doing something like this, why not brag a little bit? Because, hey, we can back it up here every single Saturday night. But we appreciate you, Lena. Hashtag free, absolutely. Hashtag TKN. Consult. KP now wants Ramon and Eddie Johnson. Bobby predicts Ramon and Eddie Johnson, I'm assuming, in that matchup against Stephen Tobolowsky. Lena says all the four-way matchups. The bad pun, Ramon, just eat a good breakfast that morning, do your calisthenics, and take in your vitamins. You'll do just fine.
I just agree with that.
Prayers and,
You would be surprised how much calisthenics or any kind of physical activity will help you with this.
Julio agrees. Eddie, Stephen, and Ramon is definitely pay-per-view material.
But you don't have to. We have it for free.
Guys and gals and pals, definitely want to thank you guys for joining us. We still have a few more matchups to announce. We are getting close to the end of this thing. I don't think I announced this matchup earlier. It's a video, so let me just play this video because it is official. Yeah, these three men, for some reason, I don't think I have their video here. Guys, I guess I'll pull up their flyers because it's one of the few matchups. It's the only matchup I didn't actually showcase that's still official and was made official last week. So that's going to be a good one, no doubt about that. All right, guys, we're going to continue on with another lineup, another matchup here. We are zipping right through this. Let's go. Here we have it. This is now going to be 1, 2, 3, a four-way.
Ooh. Whoa.
Another four-way.
Open up, damn it. Here we go. Here we go. 4 stuffed in one envelope. So, yes, we got them all out. First matchup, first participant is another really dear friend of mine, a very generous, very decorated storyteller.
Oh.
Nominated for, and won, a Golden Globe. Nominated for an Emmy, nominated for an Oscar. Mr. Bruce Davison, guys and gals and pals. Mr. Bruce Davison. The man has done just about everything, and he's a kind human being. He was on with, Mark Metcalf and Jesse Ventura, if you remember. One hell of a human being. He was on here a couple of weeks ago, had some tech issues, but Bruce Davison is in this match. He will be facing 3 others. Well, talk about resumes. If you know, you know. A man who's considered the greatest living stage performer of all time, and a film and TV man who's been nominated for a plethora of awards, Emmy, Golden Globe, Mr. Stacy Keach, guys and gals. The hits keep on coming, guys. The hits keep on coming. Wow. Such an eloquent competitor, Alexander. You're right about that. Strong.
Wow.
Guys, that's Stacy Keach. The third. We haven't seen this yet. I'll explain what this is. It's rare. It's a question mark.
Ooh.
Let me explain.
Wild card?
This will be an 11th hour winner.
Ooh.
Oh, okay.
Someone who wins the 11th hour, guys and gals and pals, will be in this match. So that means it will be a matchup that may not be happening right away, but nonetheless, any questions about that?
I'm intrigued. I can't wait to see who's going to come into the 11th hour and then win it, so we know who will be inserted into this already ridiculously huge match. I don't want to see either of those two go, and it's only going to get better.
Yeah,
or worse,
definitely.
depending on how you're judging it.
It's a multi-layered surprise.
It's already a Grand Slam match. You just wait
Grand
for the
Slam
third
match.
contender.
And then the fourth one, you guys will discuss. Man, this is not going to be easy.
Oh, no.
I kind of pity the mystery person no matter who it is. Stacy Keach, Bruce Davison, a winner of an upcoming 11th hour matchup. And this man, Hall of Famer, Eric Bischoff, guys and gals.
Man.
Just seeing Bischoff and Stacy Keach and Bruce Davison on screen, what the stories they're going to exchange. Wow. Take it away, guys. Take it away, starting with Collado, and then kick it to someone here on screen. Let us know. We got a mystery person. We got Eric Bischoff. We got Bruce Davison, Stacy Keach. 3 out of 4 advance. Who do you think will advance and why?
I mean, we don't know who the mystery is yet, so they could be anybody, which is also the amazing thing about what we're doing in this tournament. But I mean, if it's a four-way, I'm gonna go with what I just saw right now. I mean, Bruce Davidson, powerhouse storyteller, Stacy Keach. I mean, God, just amazing, philosophical, beautiful human being, and Eric. I mean, his wealth of experience and his amazing way to just...
Guys, we're going to show this to Mr. Sparling right now here. Guys, here's who we drew. We got Mr. Eric Bischoff.
Oh.
A tough draw for anybody.
Absolutely.
He will be facing Golden Globe Award winner, Oscar nominee, Emmy Award nominee, and dear friend, Bruce Davison. He will also be facing, considered to be the greatest living stage actor, a man who's been nominated for Emmys and Golden Globes as well, guys and gals, Mr. Stacy Keach. And then the fourth one, we'll get Jamie's opinion on this in a minute. The fourth one, Mr. Sparling, is going to be, and I'll explain why this is on screen. The fourth person in this matchup will be a question mark, because it's going to be a winner of an 11th hour matchup. A winner of an 11th hour matchup. So again, kind of tough to call this one, but it is what it is. Sparling, when you're done, kick it over to Brian. Who do you think's going to advance? Which three will advance? Bruce Davison, Stacy Keach, Eric Bischoff, or a mystery person?
Oh, now this is absolutely going to be the roughest one for me, because I got to go mystery person. All right. You never know what's going to happen in the green room, and mystery is that's my money's on something awesome with a mystery guest. And then Eric Bischoff, that guy is something fierce. And Stacy Keach, I have admired him for so long. I got to go with those three. And Chad, what do you think?
I'm thinking Bruce, Eric, and definitely the mystery. I mean, the mystery person in itself, they've always been amazing surprises, and there's a reason why they're here at the end.
Yeah,
it's somebody big, and I'm banking on them.
Good point.
I want to read this really quickly. Alexander, good comment. I'd wager this is the most equal four-way matchup thus far. Giselle.
Oh gosh, I don't even know where to begin with this one. Eric Bischoff, definitely. He's another one who, after his initial match, rose to the top of my rankings. We saw that happen with John Anderson earlier. And those two, I think, are neck and neck with a few others. So that's a really tough call. He's going up there. Anyone who can hold their own with Jesse Ventura in a match? Come on, Bruce Davison?
Yeah.
Not put him in there. And I don't know why I can't not have Stacy advance, and the 11th hour participant is just going to come in and screw all of that up. I have to pick three tonight. I know.
Who you got?
This.
Who you got, guys?
I'm going to go with the three we've seen already. Ramon?
I mean, I'm gonna go with the main consensus at top. I think Eric's moving on 100%. I gotta go with Bruce Davidson, and I gotta go with the mystery person. Just cause, like, I want to know. I gotta
Howard,
know.
who has not given us their prediction yet? Howard, have you jumped in yet?
Yep. Yeah, I did.
Brian, your thoughts?
I would have to say that the mystery person has an upward battle, so I'm gonna have to give it to the original three. I'm sorry.
Original three, okay. Love that, guys. Have you all give us your predictions?
Yep.
Because our next matchup is before your very eyes. I do not lie. Guys, still to come. Phil Justin, Green Rumors, Phil Justin, Megan, Brian, Chad. Yours truly, Avi Klein, Miranda. So still a lot going on here, but we are towards the end here right now, guys and gals. It is a special night indeed, especially when you catch an angel number, 1111, a very special time here on the East Coast, 1111. Definitely sending my love and wink to someone special to me. We always catch those angel numbers. Guys, our next trio right here. We're going to have a lot of laughs. We're going to have a lot of laughs here, guys.
Uh-oh.
This is going to be a night of laughter if you're a fan of comedy. You're one of the greatest comedians of all time, Tommy Davidson, guys. And also someone who doesn't get discussed as much as a favorite, because he can go very deep. He's very, very deep and profound. There's no doubt about that, guys.
Yeah.
Of course, after this matchup, we'll discuss who we feel will advance to round number 3. Giselle will go first, then she'll kick it to whoever she wants. Tommy Davidson will be up against. Told you we're going to laugh. A true innovator and the only WGA nominee here in this tournament. Julie Brown, guys and gals. Julie Brown.
Oh, yes.
Absolutely. Julie Brown, a great writer, great comedian. Oh, my God. An innovator. There's no doubt. She helped save MTV in the 80s. How about that? Do some research on her. Julie Brown.
Yep.
And the third in this matchup is going to be... We're going to laugh. We're going to laugh. But man, oh, man, guys and gals. He said it best when he came in. Holy moly, mother of Moses. Mr. David Faustino, guys and gals.
Yes.
Charismatic, talented, also a fellow hip-hop brother. David Faustino, we remember him as Bud Bunny, Married with Children, so much more. David Faustino, guys and gals. Tommy Davidson and Julie Brown. It's a triple threat matchup. Giselle will kick it off first and then throw to somebody else. Who do you think will advance in this matchup and why? 2 out of 3 advance.
This is getting as hard as it was to vote on all of the round 1 matches. Okay, David Faustino in one of the most relatable matches that, for me, that I have seen. He's going to be great. Tommy Davidson in a match that I consider the turning point of this tournament, where the competitive camaraderie really came into play, where we started having these living room style conversations up against Diane Franklin and Lila Robbins. Incredible match. One of my all-time favorites. And Julie Brown with Nancy Kerrigan and Brittany Reese. I don't know that we've seen enough of her yet. She might have been a little nervous. I think she needed a little time to kind of get going, see what this was all about. But now that she does know what to expect, she's going to do really well. I have to pick 2. I think I'm going to go Tommy and Julie. It's going to be real close. It's going to be really close. The engine member might have to call this one for sure.
Well, let's kick it over to Howard Collado.
Yeah, Tommy definitely for me. Just a smart, intelligent guy, and also is really able to open up and just be beautifully vulnerable. Had a great moment where he would talk about Martin Luther King in his matchup, in his first round matchup. So Tommy. But then Julie Brown and David, that's going to be really, that's going to be kind of the 2 that I'm not completely sure on. I do agree with Giselle. Julie Brown might have been a bit nervous that night, but again, smart, intelligent woman. I saw more of David when he was on, so I'm going to go with Tommy and David. Ramon, what are you thinking?
I kind of got to actually say the same ones. Tommy and David. Tommy is a very deep, funny, intelligent man. So, I think he's got the personality edge there. And, to me, yeah, I think David is a guy who's got all that experience and can definitely manifest it in just a really good story that's going to resonate with everybody. So I'm going with Tommy and David. So, gotta hear what you got, Chad.
I gotta contend with you too as well and say David and Tommy. They both did really well in their matches, and they just looked really, really comfortable. Julie did look a little nervous in her match, and I'm just hoping maybe she'll settle down in her next match. But I gotta go with David and Tommy on this one. What do you think, Brian?
I'm going to have to go the same route, just like Tommy Boy had David Spade. I'm going to have to go Tommy and David, man. Again, Julie did great, but those 2, oh my gosh, they pull rabbits out of hats, as one of the people in the audience said. They really do.
You guys are providing great analysis, and I really appreciate this. I want to say this. I'm having a lot of fun tonight.
Yeah.
This is a lot of fun. I mean, on screen with people that I care about, on screen with people that care about this and care about each other. And then on top of that, there's always something fun about that mystery, the intrigue of it all, right? I mean, Jamie, so far you're the only one here on screen. Well, Ramon did as well. I'm going to ask Ramon that same question. But Jamie, you were the first on screen to find out who you're facing. What kind of a thrill is that? Can you somehow put into words how it feels the moment you see your picture on screen? knowing that that match now is a part of your legacy?
I get excited just thinking about that piece. It's a little surreal when I look up and I see myself matched up with the luminary, and yeah, I'm at a loss for words, Avi.
Are you just as excited when we're about to announce matchups to see who Chad might draw, who Brian might draw, who I might draw? Is there something to be said about knowing that we're still kind of anticipating this? Chad, Brian, I mean, Jamie, is there something to be said about that? Are you sitting back there going, are you feeling those same nerves, wondering who we're going to face?
Every moment you pull it up, man.
We want to know, Chad. We want to know, Brian. Thank you, Chad.
You know, I'm definitely excited to see who I'm gonna draw. You know, the excitement's definitely very, very real.
Real.
But I don't want to see a death card. You know what I mean?
Listen, again, 15 grand. I don't mention a lot. 15 grand, trip for 2 to Greece, but also there's something to be said about winning a tournament that stands for something. Being the one person who can say, hey, you know what? Got to know a lot of people. They're all winners in my eyes, but at the end of the day, to know that I resonated with the masses because there's something in me that can help others. There's nothing greater than that. That's the true joy of hoisting the Tom Sizemore Memorial Cup above your shoulders. That'll be amazing. So when I do that, I'll thank all of you. Guys, let's bring in Giselle right now. All right. So Jamie, really quickly, again, Julie Brown, Tommy Davidson, or God, why am I blanking now? Who do we have? Tommy Davidson.
Well, anyway,
David Faustino.
David Faustino. Who you got, Jamie?
I'm going Julie Brown because she was nervous. Second time around, she's going to come out like a savage. And Tommy Davidson, every time I've ever seen him do anything, I've always got hit right here. So I'm looking forward to that.
I love that. And that's true. Very heartfelt. Bob, thank you. People care about each other. What a novel idea in 2024. You are absolutely right about that, guys.
So
Bob
true.
Cook, guys and gals. Bob's been on our shows before and Breaking the Ice with Glacier Ray Lloyd and myself. Bob is a very, very intelligent human being, very passionate about Evel Knievel. Man, the man knows so much about Evel Knievel, and we all should. Evel Knievel was an inspiration. Bob, do you remember when Howard Collado was on screen with you years ago? He was on with you, myself, and Glacier, and he had something to say about Evel Knievel, and Bob fired right back about Howard's mohawk, and I love that. Man, oh man.
He almost took my mohawk off. Just with his words alone. Just his words.
There you go. Guys, Bob, gentlemen, thank you for joining us. We have another matchup here.
Avi,
That's an all moment. Sure, Allison, it's an all moment. All right, guys. Yes.
May I for just a moment?
Sure.
By the way, I am on the edge of my seat to see who my TKN family members are going, and I really appreciate you putting us together at the end so that we can do this together. That's a beautiful thing.
You guys are beautiful and you guys are special, and I love doing this. You guys are awesome. Again, we're proving to the world that we can have a good time, cut it up, and not have to worry about being salacious, because over here, guys and gals, we do conversation over controversy every time. Bob, yeah. The guy with the goofy haircut, yeah, I remember him. That's Howard.
No, not you.
Bob made a lot of people in the ring better, guys and gals. Really did. The sweet art of pro wrestling. I remember many moons ago, the great Ted Petty, Rocco Rock, had said, "Hey, we were in the ring, and I obviously was very horrible in the ring. I'm not gonna lie. Came out of bodybuilding, didn't really know much. But man, oh man, he told a youngster who was doing what they call a high spot. He was doing something on the top rope, and he did it within 2 minutes of the match. And Ted Petty pulled him to the side and said, "Hey, why did you do that within the first 2 minutes of the match? Why don't you build to that moment?" Kid didn't know what to say. So he pulled him to the side like a gentleman. He said, "Hey, do you like the Friday the 13th movies? Do you like Jason movies?" He goes, "Yeah." He goes, "Well, when they try to defeat that monster Jason, they don't try to take him out with a bazooka right away, do they? First they try the knife, then they try the gun, then the bazooka. You build your way towards that last resort, that last option to put your body on the line because you can't win anymore." And the way he broke it down psychologically, very incredible. And Bob Cook, of course he knows what I'm talking about, because this man's a pro, a veteran. Having a good time, and no nukes dropped in the making of that fun. I love that. Yes. Love that, guys. Yeah. We're having a lot of fun here, April. Thank you. Guys, Larry wants Avi, Chad, and Brian. That'll be a great one. I would be honored. I'd be honored to be on screen with these gentlemen. Our next trio, guys, we don't have too many left. Our next trio, one of the most decorated Olympians. I can say that all night, but yes, 7-time world champion, guys. You saw how she wants to win this. Brittany Reese.
Brittany.
Guys, again,
Nice.
I I asked all the luminaries if they want to show up to our reveal show 2 weeks ago and then last week. I said I could just text you to see who you're facing, but they're like, no, we want to be here live. We want to be here live to see who we're facing because we believe in this, and I want to shout them out. Appreciate you guys for supporting what this stands for. Brittany was one of them. Her call time was 9 p.m. She showed up at 7. That's how she was prepared, ready to go. Brittany Reese, guys and gals, quiet but fierce, no doubt about it. She will be facing yet another decorated Olympian. There's no doubt about that. Someone who will not be facing Jamie Sparling, Mr. Dan Jansen, guys and gals. Dan Jansen.
Oh, wow.
All right.
Absolutely. Dan Jansen, Brittany Reese, and their third opponent in their match will be
another Olympian, please.
Another Hall of Famer, guys and gals. Another Hall of Famer who could really connect with people, and she went real deep. Mickey James, guys and gals. Mickey James, Brittany Reese, and Dan Jansen. Yeah, that's one hell of a match. Let us know real quick, guys. Let us know because we want to get through this. Let's kind of zip through this with some predictions. Let us know. Give us some context as well, but let's zip through this. Howard Collado, then Giselle, then anybody. Howard, jump in.
Yeah, I'm going to go with Mickey James, and I'm going to go with Dan. Both had great showings the first time around. Not to say Brittany didn't. She did. She definitely quiet, and I do believe that. But yeah, Mickey and Dan, I saw more from them last time, so that's my two pick. Ramon, what are you thinking?
To me, I'm going to go with the two ladies. I'm going to go with Mickey and Brittany. I think they both have stories that are going to resonate with everybody. It's going to be. I think they both have what it takes to go on to the next round. Again, no respect to the other competitor, but I think they both have the edge. What about you, Chad?
I'm thinking it's got to be Dan and Mickey. They both proved themselves in their debates the last round on how much they wanted it. Mickey hit us with a really hard-hitting story, and I mean, she just won the crowd over. I definitely think she's moving on, and Dan. How about you, Brian? What do you feel about the match?
I'd have to say it's going to be Dan and Brittany, honestly. I mean, Brittany might have been soft-spoken, but she hit it home every time she talked. What do you think, Jamie?
Dan Jansen, that guy right there, he's something special. And I also believe that Brittany's going to go as well. Something about that smile, and she's very attentive. And when she speaks, I want to pay attention. Giselle?
I was very happy to see Brittany on here 2 weeks ago. It's been a while since we've seen her, and it was so great to have her back. And I'm super excited she's in round 2. But I'm giving it to Dan Jansen and Mickey James because they are not afraid to be vulnerable. They're not afraid to share very intimate parts of their lives. And that's really going to go far when we have those personal topics.
Good point.
It's going to be tough. They're all going to be tough. We know that. But if I'm forced to make one right now, Dan and Mickey.
Good call.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Yeah, there's no wrong answers with this one. They are all fantastic competitors. That's what I love about this, man.
I know. And we still have more to come, and we are also going to have 11th hour matches. We could have a show where we end up with a slated match and then an 11th hour match on the same night, and we'd be treated to 2 matches. Chad, how would that be a different kind of energy than a show where we had a match and a talk show?
Well, I mean, we get used to seeing, certain matches Saturday nights to build up the hype. But, I mean, when it comes to an 11th hour match, there's just something behind that. The people just are not expecting. They're just like, oh, wow, who is this? It's somebody big. So, I mean, to me, that's what I think it's all about.
That element of mystery is still going to be very present in round number 2. Guys and gals and pals, absolutely. Bob Cook. Mickey James, one of my favorites, no doubt about that. We love your predictions, guys. Yeah. Gals for the win. Here we go, guys. Another triple threat matchup, guys. Another triple threat match. That's the wrong envelope. That's my utility bill. The right one over here. Guys. Here we go. This is a triple threat match. I like this one. The first person here, again, I can rant and rave about, guys and gals, because when I think of a dynasty, when I think of a legacy, I think of the foundation, and this man helped me build the foundation, Mr. Glacier Ray Lloyd.
Glacier.
My very first co-host. We did it live in Vegas in StarCast in 2019. Did an amazing show live, and then, of course, our audio, and then our first ever foray into this virtual arena together with Breaking the Ice. A gentle human being, a teacher, an educator, a filmmaker, an actor, a storyteller, pro wrestler. Man does it all. Got a great smile, great human being, an authentic human being. Glacier Ray Lloyd will be facing... Don't open it, Avi. I know the intrigue. I know. Who's Glacier facing? Well, Glacier is facing a man who also has an amazing smile, great personality. And guys and gals, you want to talk about the story behind the story? We have a lot of them. This man did not want to change the date, even though a week before he lost his brother. Soon to be Hall of Famer in a few months, Michael Cooper. Showtime Lakers, the Showtime 80s Lakers. Michael Cooper, guys and gals.
Michael Cooper.
The Coop de Loop, Magic Johnson and Michael Cooper was the thing in the 80s. Mr. Michael Cooper will be on with Glacier Ray Lloyd. And the third gentleman is someone we saw last week. How about that? Man who has a way with words. Mr. Mark Metcalf, guys and gals.
Oh, yeah.
Let's go.
Man.
Mark Metcalf, Glacier Ray Lloyd, and Michael Cooper. What a trio that's going to be. It's incredible. Can't wait to see them. Give us your predictions. Giselle first, Howard second, and everybody else after that. Let us know who and why. 2 out of 3 will advance.
Okay. Mark Metcalf, Michael Cooper, and Glacier Ray Lloyd. Glacier and Pete Babcock are probably the 2 most gracious people we have in this entire tournament. Glacier's been here from the beginning. She is not going to go quietly into that good night. This is hard. Again, anyone that can hold their own with Jesse and Bruce has got to be up there. I think I'm giving it to... Michael Cooper and Glacier Ray Lloyd. Howard?
This is a tough one for me because I obviously have a very a fondness for Glacier. My first ever shows with the network and Avi was with Glacier. So watching him just be the beautiful human being he is, these last 2 or 3 years has been awesome. But all that said, objectively speaking, the guy's intelligent, the guy's smart, the guy's personable. His last showing really opened up about his father. That was really beautiful to kind of take in. So yes, I'm being biased. I'm going to go with Glacier here, and it comes down to the man who coined the term eargasm. And
let's keep it going.
So I'm going to go with Mark. You went up against Jess?
Mark Metcalf. Got it. Bob goes, I pick Ray because he's a friend and I'm biased. There you go.
I'm with
Good reason, guys. But listen, Glacier Ray Lloyd, gentle human being and a great human being. A guy is authentic, again, as genuine as they come. Bob knows that. Who is not predicted? Let's go through these predictions. Brian Burr.
I'll have to say Glacier and Metcalf. I have to agree with Howard. He went up against Jesse. What do you think, Jamie?
Glacier Ray and definitely Mr. Metcalf. What do you want to do with your life? Okay, I mean that guy right there. I think he's got this.
Ramon.
I'm actually going to go with Michael Cooper and Mark Metcalf. Yeah, 2 men that have a very good way with their words. They're like great personality, and I think he's going to take it all the way.
Guys out there in computer land, internet land, live streaming land, content creator land, people do these fantasy things. This ain't no fantasy. These people are right here. They're live from their living room. They're live from their and again, rounds 4, 5, and 6, we're going to be in each other's physical space as we do the quarterfinal, semifinal round, and final round in person. This is no fan. You are seeing these luminaries and green roomers and engine members live doing their thing on a Saturday night. Who did not predict this match just yet?
Chad.
I didn't.
Chad, what do you got?
I'm gonna have to go Glacier and Mark Metcalf. I find they're both just meticulous thinkers, and I think that's where they're going to be able to take it.
Naomi goes Ray and Mark Metcalf. So does Lena. She concurs. Would be very illuminating, that conversation. All right, guys and gals, let us know. Glacier is beautiful indeed. We have another matchup before your very eyes, guys and gals and pals. Yeah, this is a triple threat matchup.
All right.
The first. I didn't pull up that internet bill. All right. First one we have here is a man who is an absolute legend, and we keep saying that, but you're going to see that be a recurring theme here. A man who I'm currently helping out as much as I can, and it's an honor. Directed a lot of classics. Mr. Tom Holland, guys and gals. A friend of a mentor, Richard Donner. Tom Holland himself, guys and gals. Creator of Chucky as well. Child's Play, Fright Night. So many great films. Mr. Tom Holland, a gentleman. Tom Holland, who did he draw? Well, he drew, and now we know again, guys and gals and pals, we do know from earlier what this means. A mystery. Another winner of an 11th hour matchup will be in this matchup. A mystery person, along with Tom Holland. And the third. Well, it's about damn time, isn't it?
Uh-oh.
It's about damn time. I don't mean me. I don't mean me, guys and gals. I'm just playing with you, but not as good as Play can play with you. Christopher Play.
Oh, you're good.
The first half of Kid and Play tonight. The first half. Man, oh man, we drew one of Kid and Play for the first time in 3 weeks. Christopher Play Martin will be up against Tom Holland and a mystery opponent. Guys, speed around this if you can. Howard, let's speed around this and kick it over to Ramon, then Ramon to Chad, then to Giselle, then to Jamie, then to Brian. Howard, let's go. 2 out of 3. Who do you think is going to advance and why?
It's going to be Holland, and it's going to be the mystery. Mystery could be, Kid. Maybe it's going to be Kid. So there you go. Ramon.
Howard, it cannot be Kid because Kid is going to be drawn later tonight. Kid is already qualified for round 2.
Gotcha.
The mystery person is someone who wins an 11th hour matchup, Howard.
Gotcha. Okay.
Thank you. Ramon.
Play, he's at the top for me, and yeah, I got to go with Tom Holland. All right. What about you, Chad?
I got to go Tom and the mystery person. How are you feeling about that, Brian?
Mystery and Play. I love Tom Holland, but you never know what's going to happen. What do you think, Jamie?
Tom Holland and Play. Definitely. Miss Giselle.
I'm going to go Tom Holland and mystery. So whoever that 11th hour person is, I think they're going to do real well. So, yeah, this is getting real hard.
It's all right. There's just a little bit more pain left, guys. All right. And
all right.
You know what I mean?
What's pain out there?
They're all amazing matches. They're all going to be amazing nights. Who is next? Because I need to know what else is happening in round 2.
The only pain is trying to choose, right? When we know that anything can go sideways or start to turn, but no matter what, it's going to get interesting. You know what I think is really fascinating? And you talked about it earlier, Giselle. When we end up having a conversation with a luminary and a match, you know, I always learn something in both, which is actually going to be more educational, right? I mean, it could go either way.
Very true.
Yeah.
Guys, very true. And again, some big names. We haven't seen Dan Lauria appear yet, guys and gals.
No.
We haven't seen a ton of luminaries appear. And we haven't seen Chad, Brian. I know what Jamie meant, guys and gals, the pain of wondering whether your name is going to get called next. I'm anticipating this because there aren't too many more names left. So in my head, I'm already kind of working out the possible combinations. Here we go here, guys. This is going to be a 4-way matchup.
Oh.
3 out of 4 will advance. Will it be Jake Hager?
Oh.
Formerly known as WE's Jack Swagger, former heavyweight champion of the world in WE. Current AEW talent. Will it be Jake Hager? Will it be another Hall of Famer who we saw recently, guys and gals? The living legend himself, Larry Zbyszko.
Nice.
Also a broadcasting legend as well. Larry Zbyszko, Jake Hager. This man, who's become a fast friend, NBA legend and more, Mr. Joe Smith. Jamie shared the screen with Joe Smith last week. What a great guy he is. First overall pick of the NBA draft in 95. Not too many of those. They will be facing a 4th person here in this 4-way matchup, guys and gals, and that 4th person will be a dear friend. A dear friend who knows all about being live, especially in the Hive, Mr. Brian Blair, guys and gals. Mr. B, Brian Blair, who gives you the bee's knees, as you know. Man, one half of the Killer Bees, Pro Wrestling Hall of Famer. Brian Blair helps out so many retired wrestlers and more. A dear friend of Bob Cook's and mine. Brian Blair, guys and gals. Jake Hager, Larry Zbyszko, and the fourth person in this that they'll be facing is Joe Smith. Let's start off now with Jamie. Take it away, and then kick it off to someone when you're done. Who are the three that you think will advance and why?
B. Brian Blair, Larry Zbyszko, and last week I saw a flash of Joe Smith's personality, and I think I got to go down that road. I liked it very much. What do you think, Ramon?
Yeah, definitely for me, B. Brian Blair is at the top. Jake Hager and Joe Smith to me. Ooh, tough. But I got to hear what you got to say, Chad.
Oh, I think it's going to be B. Brian Blair, Jake, and Larry. The three rosters are going to come out on top for the 3 count.
Nice.
What do you think, Brian?
I have to go with Joe Smith, Zbyszko, and Brian Blair. We saw Joe Smith come out of the gate with fire, and Larry Zbyszko always have something funny to say. What do you think, Giselle?
I got the same as you. I've got Brian Blair, Joe Smith, and Larry Zbyszko. Howard?
Yeah, I mean, not too far off. I'm going to go with Brian, Joe, and it was a toss-up between Jake and Larry, but I'm going to go with Larry. Larry, great storyteller.
Nice.
I love it.
Always funny, man. Every time he speaks, he always has something hilarious to say. He captures the audience, too, with it. It's just, oh, my God.
Oh, he was a delight to have on when he was on for his reveal. Oh, gosh, he was great. I was like, Larry.
He's like that uncle. He's like that funny uncle in your house. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah, right? Right? He's so hilarious. I love it.
I'd like to be in the room with Larry Zbyszko and Gerald Briscoe if they were like hanging out and talking about it. They could be there for 20 minutes, fly on the wall. That would be the coolest thing ever.
Yeah, what do you think, man?
Give us that show.
What do you think? Do you think Larry would have had a lot of fun making that movie with Glacier? Like the two of them just having fun and then being in the competition? Imagine if they were going head to head.
Imagine the bloopers on that one.
Oh, right?
You know Joe Smith's gonna have a good time. Did you hear his laugh after his intro? Like, he is here.
Yes.
Oh, he is here for this. He is loving it. So they're gonna bring it because not only does everybody want to win, they want to be here on a Saturday night.
Hager's gonna have his work cut out for him, man. What do you think, Ramon?
I mean, honestly, you can't underestimate the power of shirtless Jake. I feel like that's going to take it over the top. But like he's also like a very smart and very intelligent, very creative human being. Like, man, it's going to be such a tough one calling that one. It's going to be so much fun to watch, though.
Maybe Larry takes off his shirt this time. You know, we don't know.
Don't know. You don't know.
Now you're just instigating, Howard. Come on now. This is like college all over again. Come on.
Oh, we got some stories there, do we, Jamie? Howard?
Joe's hearing this right now, and he's going to take his shirt off.
No, that's not going to happen. That's not going to happen. I don't even know who's going to. No one's taking their shirt. No one's taking any. What time is it? I mean, seriously, I don't know if I should be up this late, but I'll take it off. You know, whatever.
Well, I'm sorry. Yeah.
I was saying there's still a ton of names we haven't seen.
No, my clothes are still staying up.
So we're going to find out more.
I promise it's happening.
I personally don't want to get off air because I'm having a fun time tonight, guys and gals and pals. This is one hell of a night we're having here. We're finding out in real time. Again, they gave us their time. These luminaries, we know they're watching. They were here last week, giving us the respect. Of course, they know what this is. We're going to give them their respect when their names are called as well. Bob says, Brian's one of my best friends. So, yeah, I'm biased again. There we go. Of course, Michael Cooper, Mark Metcalf. Appreciate you, Bob, as well. Lena, your comments, all of you, Larry. Sorry, my clothes are staying on. All right, guys, never know.
Saturday night, you know.
Jake does bring out the inner Chippendale in us. So there you go. All right, guys, here we go. Another matchup before our very eyes. Here we go. This is going to be. It's going to be quite the doozy here. Let me just make sure that figure this thing out here because, again, we are doing this in real time. We appreciate you guys hanging out with us. If few more matchups remain. This is a triple threat matchup.
Ooh. Okay.
Okay. This is definitely someone who has a lot to say. There's no doubt about that, guys and gals. Someone who's involved in one of the most heated conversations and matchups we had. AMA nominated artist DC Glenn, guys and gals.
Mm-hmm.
Whoop, there it is, guys.
He's
There it
back.
is. Whoop, there it is. Mr. DC Glenn. He's involved in a triple threat matchup against the following individuals. Another dear friend, guys and gals. There's a lot of them here. Also a scholar. Also a man who is an NBA and ABA legend, Mr. Brian Taylor.
Oh, wow.
Oh, that's gonna be.
Guys, you don't understand. They watch this either, these luminaries in particular, either watch it live or Sunday during the week, and then they have their own feedback about who they're facing. Everyone is chomping at the bit, and they're so locked into their match. Brian Taylor, DC Glenn. Oh, what happened there? There's Ramon. Ramon there. Trying to intimidate other people already. He's very confident that he's going to advance. And then the third person they'll be facing is another dear friend who has his own show here on this network. Man, guys and gals, who gave us his heart and soul, Mr. Jason London.
Nice. Oh, nice.
Mr. Jason London, who was on last week. Jason London, Brian Taylor, both were on recently, of course. 2 weeks ago, they were both part of that big 60-person Green Room episode. Jason London, Brian Taylor, DC Glenn. Take it away, guys and gals and pals.
I'm gonna go.
London, DC Glenn. Those are the two. That's what I got to go with right off the cuff.
Yeah.
I got to go with Jason London and DC Glenn.
I got Jason London and Brian Taylor. Howard?
I'm going to do DC Glenn and Brian Taylor, both just, powerhouse individuals. Brian, what are you thinking?
Glenn and London. I'm sorry, DC Glenn was not going to back down. What do you think, Ramon?
Same thing, like Brian Taylor and DC Glenn. They were both in a battle of rebuttals and coming back. So yeah, I think they both got the edge there.
Yep.
They're gonna fight. They're both gonna fight.
Shirts on. We're going shirts on.
There we go. All right, guys. We're gonna go zip through this other matchup we have. Can you hear me well?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Can you hear me in the back? Okay. All right, guys. Here we go. Right now, we're gonna zip through another match here, guys and gals and pals. Not too many left. Handful is what we're down to. Handful of matchups. Still no Brian. Still no Chad. Still no Avi. Still no Phil. Here we go. This is a four-way matchup. A lot of four-ways. Our first participant in this four-way matchup is none other than a man who was nominated not once, not twice, but thrice for a Grammy. Dr. Matt Fink of Prince's Revolution.
Nice.
Minnesota's own Matt Fink from the Revolution.
Yes.
Right? Very intelligent human being. Very intelligent human being. He will be up against a man who was also part of one of the most heated matchups when DC Glenn was on.
Oh.
Mr. Ryan Cabrera, guys and gals. Right?
Both musicians.
Ryan Cabrera. And then the third person that they have in their matchup is a dear friend, got a own show on this network as well, Emmy Award nominee, one of the favorites, Mr. Kornemic, guys and gals. Mr. Kornemic. Hey, Parker Lewis can't lose. Will Kornemic, guys and gals, win? We'll find out. And the fourth person, and then after this, we'll have one more matchup to display and then bid Jamie Sparling adieu after the next one that we have. The fourth and final person. I guess it's a mic drop for me.
Rematch.
That means Ryan Cabrera and Raven are going to go at it again, along with Kornemic and Dr. Fink, who are there to watch it all go down.
Oh, my God.
They got a lot to say.
Yeah.
Four-way matchup. We'll start off with Mr. Sparling. Mr. Sparling, if you watch that match, Raven was rebutting and challenging people. Incredible. One of the favorites. Raven, Dr. Matt Fink, Kornemic, and Ryan Cabrera. Which three will advance and why, sir?
Raven, fighter spirit. Corin Nemec, incredibly intelligent, and I really like listening to him talk. And this is hard, but I'm going Fink for my third one. I don't know. It's just my gut. Chad, what do you think?
I'm thinking Raven, Corn, and Matt myself too. How are you feeling about that one, Brian?
Raven, Corin, and I'm sorry, but I have to give it to Cabrera. He might be the underdog, but I can see him coming out swinging. What do you think, Giselle?
Definitely got Raven and Corin, and I'm really torn between Fink and Cabrera. But considering the fact that Ryan Cabrera is having a rematch with Raven, and we all know what that moment was. He's not going to back down. He is going to be there in it. He might get a slight edge because he's going to have a little chip on his shoulder and want to prove something. That third advance is going to be
I swore
real.
Giselle was going to drop an MFer over there, an MFer. That's what it sounded like.
Yeah, it's in there. It's in there.
Not yet.
Not yet, Howard.
Yeah, Raven, Corin, and I think Raven's going to keep Ryan on his toes, and so he's going to be bringing it every moment. So yeah, those are my three right there.
All right, was that everyone? Ramon?
I mean, yeah, Raven, Matt, and Corin. I know Raven's going to come out swinging, and I know Ryan's going to want to. He's going to want Raven to get drop one of the greatest F-bombs of all time. So, like, I don't think he's still out, but yeah, it's Raven, Matt, and Corin for me.
What else we got?
Who's your third?
I think that might be
everybody.
I think that was it.
That's everybody.
Guys, Lena says Corin, Raven, and Ryan. Boom. Although Fink could come and replace Ryan. You never know. You're right.
Yeah.
Jake Hager in the previous match just gets harder to judge, Julio. You're right about that, my friend. And guys, one more matchup, then we'll bid Jamie Sparling adieu. He knows who he's facing. He'll check out the rest later on or tomorrow and find out. Give us his thoughts on who he thinks later on, maybe on the Black Box or next Saturday. Who knows? Maybe a video. Who will Chad be facing? Who will Brian be facing? Who will I be facing? Who will Megan be facing? Who will Phil Justin? He's a green rumor at heart, Jamie, so I'm sure he's anticipating the green rumors. And will we find out who they will be facing momentarily? That is the question that has an answer to be revealed in a mystery envelope.
Ooh.
And we have our answer, at least I do for now. It's a triple threat match.
Mm-hmm.
A dear friend and someone who's going to have their own talk show on this network as well. Part of one of the most festive matchups. Diane Franklin, guys and gals.
Yeah.
Oh, yay.
A TCAN celebrity OG on the green room, right? Someone who's been here for a while as well, yeah. Diane Franklin will be facing this is quite interesting, I would say. Megan, our very own Megan, guys and gals and pals.
Oh, yes.
Megan's been posting a lot. We saw her doing it live. She's really pumped up about the second round in her show, The Bloomosphere, which is going to be returning very, very soon. Guys and gals, and the third person in their matchup, quite interesting to see this. I don't want to seem cheesy about this, but
There it is. There it is.
Let's go.
I'm ready. I'm ready for this. I want to make an announcement right away before we kick it over to our panel. Jamie will make his prediction first, and then we'll bid him adieu, guys and gals. Jamie, guys and gals, not only a night filled with amazing green room moments, but hopefully, and he knows what this means, a night of beautiful colors, green and red. Guys and gals and pals, I want to say this because it's my moment, and I don't want to make it about me until it's a match I'm in. Topics will not be announced until right now for this matchup. We don't do controversy. We have conversations. There will be a conversation about the Middle East in our match. There will be a conversation about the Middle East, and I can tell you 2 out of 3 of those people have viewpoints that could not be more polar opposite, but hopefully we can educate you and each other. It's not going to be hateful, because that's what the talking heads do. I promise you that. How do I know? We've had many of those conversations before, and they haven't been hateful, but they have been heated, and we're not afraid to bring the heat. Hopefully you're ready, Diane, as well. One of the topics will be about the Middle East. With that, the floor is not mine, it's Jamie's.
Wow. God bless. Let me tell you, I think Megan and Franklin are going on. Mr. Klein, I'm always rooting for, and I believe Megan and Diane Franklin will be going on to the next round. And I got a little baby girl dog. I got to go take care of it Saturday night, and I'm almost 50 years old. I love each and every one of you. I'll see you in the comments section. Go get them.
Thanks, Jamie. It was so great to have you tonight.
Love you, Jamie.
Love you, man.
Howard.
Well, I know how passionate, Avi is about that topic, but not only is he passionate, he also brings facts and he also brings objectivity. So I think that's definitely going to be what wins him out. So I'm going to go with Avi, and I'm going to go actually with Megan. Avi and Megan, take that. Ramon, what do you think?
I am honestly going to go with the same thing. The human encyclopedia, Avi, and like Megan, not just because she's part of the fam, but just because like I feel like she's got that passionate spirit inside of her that can trump anybody. So Avi and Megan. What about you, Chad?
Well, as much as I am a big Diane Franklin fan, I'm a bigger Green Room fan. So I'm going to have to go with Mr. Avi Klein and the one and only Miss Megan.
I will.
What do you feel, Brian? Sorry about that.
No, you're good. I will have to say, I would have to say Avi Klein. I wanted to say Diane, but I'm going to have to agree with you on this one. I think Megan can bring the heat, maybe more than Franklin. What do you think, Giselle?
Oh, that might be a little question. Oh my gosh. I have adored Miss Franklin since her match. Megan, I have worked with on the Lake Series. Everyone is so incredible here. We know Avi is going to be the most prepared. I think I have to abstain from this one. I don't know if I can call this without any presumption of bias.
Call it. You gotta give us a prediction.
If we're gonna have any bias, I guess.
As they said in Adventures in Babysitting, can't leave without playing the blues.
Love me some blues.
Yes.
Who you got?
I think I've got Avi and Diane Franklin. I know. I love you, Megan. You know what you got to do. So change my mind and bring it.
Guys and gals and pals. All right. Jamie, you're going to eat crow for your prediction, my friend. Trust me when I tell you that. No, I love you. Guys and gals, that's the competitor in me. I think you picked Megan and Diane Franklin. Guys and gals and pals, I'm going to tell you right now, I'm here to politely and respectfully remind people with the gall and the nerve to assume that I'm just a moderator and host. I'm in this tournament because Tom Sizemore asked me to. But I also know, humbly speaking, that I am going to rip through anybody in this tournament, whether it's a Howard Collado, whether it's a Mark Henry. It does not matter to me. I am going to win that Tom Sizemore Cup because I will give you insight. I will take you into the world that I present to you and bring you back to a time that is no longer part of our past when we revive it in the present. You are going to be in my classroom and you're going to enjoy every minute of it. Unfortunately, those on screen with me won't because they may not advance, but I respect every one of them. Megan, you're an intelligent human being, charismatic human being. Diane, you are a wonderfully positive human being. It'll be a shame to see one of you eliminated in round number 2 and not make it beyond. And we're going to have one hell of a conversation, guys and gals and pals. Believe me when I tell you that. One of the topics will be about the Middle East. And I'll be bringing to you news that isn't fake. I'll be bringing to you news that is quite real. I will give you information from not only firsthand experience, but also experience that I may not have shared anywhere else but here on the Green Room. We're going to go real deep. And to one of my opponents, who I know is watching, it will feel so great to look you in the eye knowing that you advanced with me. But unfortunately, if you don't move on to round number 3, it's because I'm coming for you in this match. I can't. Thank you so much, Neil. We appreciate that, guys and gals and pals. We have more matchups to announce. Yes.
Okay.
As the show goes on.
Let's do it.
All right, guys and gals and pals.
That's
we have,
we now need a fire extinguisher right now.
we have Chad and Brian still waiting for their matchup. We know that. Guys, I am going to go backstage for a moment, get some more envelopes. We have about 5 matchups left. Hang out with us to the end, guys, and the outro is coming up as well. The first thing I'll ask you guys, maybe you can discuss until I pop in. When I pop in, just let me announce the next matchup. Maybe you guys can bring up a match you'd like to see coming up first or second. Which of these matchups can you not wait to see come up? Maybe there's some you kind of want to savor for a while because you like all the competitors, but which one do you want to see first and why?
Ooh, that's a great question. Anyone? Brian, you got an answer?
Yeah, I do. I want to see the Avi, Miranda, or Megan and Diane. The topic that he just said, oh my God, I've got a lot of understanding about that topic, and I'm really looking forward to seeing that heat, man. Ooh.
Well,
Ooh.
I don't think you're going to get your wish there based on the stipulation of the Howard JW match.
Ooh.
Bring
it up.
First.
Hey now, don't ruin my dreams.
Look, you can have all the dreams you want. I appreciate that. No, I'm glad you shared that with us. I can definitely understand why, but yeah. Reality is that we will have to wait on that one and see what Mr. Collado does.
Well, guys, again, if Howard, per the stipulation, if Howard beats JW, I will not be in this tournament anymore. So that Megan Avi matchup on paper with Diane Franklin might take a while because Howard is going to be up, and who knows when that matchup will take place either. But something tells me Howard's matchup will not happen this year. It might happen next year. Will have to happen next year, but not this calendar year. All right, guys, a triple threat matchup to announce. Remember, we're going until 2025 with round number 2. That's the fact. So we have another triple threat matchup to announce. You are looking at another favorite, guys and gals and pals, a Hall of Famer, very intelligent human being, Mr. Nikita Koloff.
Okay.
Mr. Nikita Koloff will be facing, another Hall of Famer, guys and gals and pals. This should be an interesting conversation that they have between the two of them. Mr. Ted DiBiase, the $1 Million Man.
Yo!
Great.
And the third person that they'll be facing will be a man who is an Emmy nominee, a kind soul, a writer, Mr. Bronson Pinchot. What a match. Ted DiBiase, Bronson Pinchot, Nikita Koloff all on screen together. Howard, take it away.
I'm going to go with Bronson and Nikita. Nikita had great rebuttals, and Bronson really just spoke from the heart. Not to take anything away from Ted, also a great competitor, but Bronson and Nikita. Ramon, what do you think?
Actually, I was thinking the same thing. Exactly. Bronson and Nikita. Yeah, 2 guys with a lot of energy, a lot of passion, and I think they're going to bring it in this one. What about you, Chad?
I'm thinking it's going to be Nikita and Ted. Both of them, they're really good talkers. They know how to, just put what's out there on their mind and make their points across, and they're definitely strong competitors in the tournament. How do you feel, Brian?
Nikita's a shoe-in. There is no question about that. We watched him just wash his competition last time. And to be honest with you, I have to give it to Ted. I mean, the man can speak. What do you think, Giselle?
I've also got Bronson Pinchot and Nikita Koloff. They are both favorites to win this whole thing, and I see no reason for that to change based on what was pulled here. So going with the storytellers. They're all storytellers in their own way, but yeah. Bronson and Nikita for sure.
Ooh, man, I gotta see this one, man. I gotta see this one.
First?
Right?
$1 million.
I mean, again, think of if Nikita starts shooting off rebuttals. You know, how's Ted going to take it? How's Bronson going to take it? You know, that's going to be interesting to watch. I always loved Bronson's. He had this great. He was talking about his acting coach. Talking about shooting a laser beam of truth from the heart, and I always thought that was such a really powerful statement from Bronson. But yeah, that's what he brings. You know, that's what he brings.
Oh yeah.
No doubt about that, guys and gals. That's what we bring here. We are live into the midnight hour, guys and gals.
Woo-hoo!
Here we go. We have another four-way matchup to unveil before your very eyes.
Ooh.
Awesome.
All right, guys and gals, here we go. A four-way matchup. Told you there'd be a bunch of them. The first one we saw last week. Man, oh man, can she bring it? Film and TV star Kelly Packard. Kelly Packard.
Yes.
Absolutely, guys and gals. Trust me, when she comes a calling, you better answer. This is someone who can bring it every time. Kelly Packard.
That's right.
Will be up against. Well, I guess at least one part of her match is intact. John O'Hurley.
Ooh.
Still has John.
Ooh.
It's a four-way matchup now, though. So John and Kelly have two others in their matchup.
Nice.
The third is going to be, this is an interesting thing that might shake things up a little bit. WE Hall of Famer, Brutus the Barber Beefcake.
Ooh.
He's on with Spencer Haywood guys and Ray Mercer originally. Very well-spoken human being. And then, of course, the fourth person here. Well, not on screen with us, but Sean, guys. Sean Archer himself is going to be. So let's zip right through this if we can. Pick your three and tell us why. Howard Collide.
Kelly, John, Brutus. They just got so much more experience. Sean, smart guy, great guy, but experience is going to win this one out. So yeah, Ramon, what are you thinking?
Oh boy, man, I gotta go with the same thing. Nothing against Sean, E4 for life, but good God, those guys are all good, all too good. All right, come on, Chad, what you got, man?
I gotta concur with the threes. You know, Sean's great with what he knows and stuff, but I think he's up against some hard hitters that are, he's out of his league. He is, but I hope he can really, do something really amazing in this match and prove us all wrong.
Man.
What do you think, Brian?
Listen. I'm gonna say it nicely. Sean has so much passion, but passion only goes so far. And you got three guys who they're steamrollers, man. It's like putting a puppy against a steamroller. Giselle, what do you think?
Same. I've got Kelly, Brutus, and John. I do think John O'Hurley could get a little bit performative, but he was also one who moved to the top of my rankings after his match. Those weeks of John Anderson, Eric Bischoff, and John O'Hurley really shook up any top 10 power rankings we had. But in this match, I'm definitely going with those three.
We love you, Sean. Just saying right now, don't hate us.
Yep.
Sean, you know what you got to do. You know what you have to do. So do it.
I really want someone to prove us wrong. I want the underdog to win. Everybody loves a Cinderella story, right? Like, that's all they talk about in the NCAA brackets is who's the Cinderella of the year? Who's going to come out from top? Who are we not going to expect? And then they demolish everyone. So
I will say between just us, I would have to say that Beefcake he would be the one that Sean has the closest to when it comes to the match. I think him and Beefcake are going to go neck and neck. It could go either way with him though. God, am I a horrible person?
I know, and we don't want to see anyone leave. We already know we're going to have so many broken hearts in round two.
Oh God, yeah.
Oh
my God.
Yeah. What's the safe word?
Do you think there really is going to be one?
No.
Out of this?
No.
Nope.
Oh, this already hurts, man.
Nothing is off limits.
Shouldn't be no.
We're not going to be controversial. We're going to have those conversations, but no topic is off limits. And I Oh gosh, Howard, what topics are you looking forward to seeing in round 2?
I mean, I cannot wait to see what Megan and Avi are going to bring, and I'll tell you why. Mark Henry said this really profound statement that this show could find a way to change the world. One of the most difficult things we're dealing with is not being able to have these difficult conversations. And man, Avi Klein, to his genius, brought one of the really tough topic. If we can show the world how to do it and how to do it civilly and how to come up with solution, that to me is innovation. That to me is revolutionary. So that is what I'm really waiting for.
Guys and gals and pals, we appreciate you absolutely for hanging around with us. We have only really a few more matchups to announce. Appreciate that, Jamie. All right, guys and gals and pals. You've been beat up by Nikita before. That's about it.
We might have to hear that story one day.
Can't wait to have Bob on here, guys. Again, a really sweet, smart human being. We have another matchup right now, guys. A triple threat matchup. A friend, a comedian, a Vietnam veteran, and a man who spells his last name wrong. Richard Klein, guys and gals. Very entertaining. Also a teacher of the craft of storytelling for years in New York City. Richard Klein, guys and gals. Know him as Larry from Three's Company and so much more. We'll be facing another dear friend of mine, writer extraordinaire. You can call her Miss Bueller or anything else you want. Cindy Pickett, guys and gals.
Yes.
Yeah. And the third person that will be, I'm not going to pull up a flyer for this. I want this to kind of be up close and personal.
Oh, no.
The third person that they will be facing will be Mr. Brian Burr.
Son of
Howard Pilato, take it away, Howard.
Oh my God, I'm right on the spot. Richard, definitely down. Man, you know what? Brian, freaking bring it, bro. Just bring it.
Oh, dude, I am. It's going to be this.
Ramon, what are you thinking?
Howard, make your prediction. Who will advance?
Richard and Brian. That's what I'm saying. Richard and Brian. Who's going to bring it? Ramon.
Yeah, I'm saying the same thing. Richard and Brian. I know you, Brian, you are a monster, dude. Go out there and get it.
Appreciate it.
Chad, what you got, man?
I'm going to have to go Brian, and I'm going to have to go Cindy. I think they're going to have to go knock on Larry's door. Come on, knock on his door and get him out. I think they're gonna beat him. What do you think, Giselle?
Oh gosh, Brian, I love your confidence. I'm so glad you're getting the reps in on the Black Box and on here every week. It's proving very worthy, but I think I have to go with Richard and Cindy for this one.
If I may make an idea, I think it won't matter because I still have that green card.
Ooh.
Guys,
right.
Brian has the green ticket, so again, if he loses, he could cash it in that night or still come back for another matchup in round 2.
But I think I'm going to win, so I'm not going to need it. So,
all right, so we all make our predictions there for that matchup, I'm assuming?
We did.
Yes.
Guys and gals and pals, another triple threat matchup before us. I have about 2 more matchups. I did not pull this up, but hey, guys, didn't play the video, but Jim McMahon is still facing Lou Ferrigno and Mick Foley. Jim McMahon is still facing Lou Ferrigno and Mick Foley. I'm going to say it again. Jim McMahon, Lou Ferrigno, Mick Foley. Jim was on last week. Lou Ferrigno was on 2 weeks ago. They found out they're facing Mick Foley as well. Great matchup that's going to be. First competitor in this triple threat matchup is the one and only Joseph Rude, who currently wrestles for the WE. Currently wrestles for the WE. A very smart man. Joseph Rude, a very, very smart human being. He will be facing, guys and gals and pals, another intelligent human being, really kind human being, also a recent WE Hall of Famer, Mr. Mike Rotundo, guys and gals. And there's going to be some stories there as well because, Mike Rotundo, of course, his son, the late Bray Wyatt, also a tag team part of Joseph Rude's for many years, so that's going to be very deep. There's a connection there as well. Mike Rotundo, guys and gals, and Joseph Rude. And the third person they'll be facing is a man who can bite you, a man who could fight you, Mr. Ron Jaworski, one of the greatest of all time. NFL Hall of Fame quarterback and ESPN analyst legend Ron Jaworski. Wow. Ron Jaworski, Mike Rotundo, and Joseph Rude. Howard, take it away.
Sure. Mighty words of Ron Jarowski. Ron and Mike are going to kick ass. There you go. So I got Ron and Mike. Definitely. Ramon, what are you thinking?
Yep, same thing. Ron and Mike. Yeah, those are my two guys. What about you, Chad? What you got?
I'm gonna have to go Mike, and I'm gonna have to go Joseph. They're very both intellectual guys, and I just think they're just gonna kick some butt and just walk all over. So, what do you think, Brian?
There's a reason that a horror film is called Jaws. So I'm going with Jaws, and I have to agree with you, Chad. You know, Joseph is gonna. Oh man, what do you think, Giselle?
Yeah, I've got Joseph and Jaworski. I think they're, oh gosh. Mike Rotunda was another very vulnerable, very heartfelt, but Joseph, I think, is going to capture the public's attention quite well, and Jaworski, he knows what he's doing on the field and off. So that's what I got.
It's the whole father thing. I know that's going to just grasp the audience.
All right, guys and gals and pals. Again, a couple more matchups left that we will unveil right now. Card O is subject to change. Our next matchup will feature a WWE Hall of Famer, one and only Sergeant Slaughter, guys and gals. A 10 hut indeed. Sergeant Slaughter, guys, who's on in a very entertaining matchup with Cindy Pickett and Mick Foley. He'll be facing another person he knows rather well. Very well spoken, very passionate, guys and gals. We've only seen one half of Demolition. Barry Darsow and Sergeant Slaughter.
Very awesome.
All right, guys. And the third in that matchup will be another Hall of Famer, guys and gals and pals, a man who went deep in that third topic. We got to know him through that topic. College Football Hall of Famer Clinton Portis, Barry Darsow, and, guys and gals, Sergeant Slaughter. Howard, take it away.
Going to go with Sergeant. He just has this charisma, and I'm going to go with Barry. Barry has this beautiful sensitivity he's going to bring to the table. So Sergeant Slaughter and Barry. Ramon, what are you thinking?
I am honestly going to go with Sergeant Slaughter and Clinton Portis. I thought they both had great stories. That's going to resonate with everybody. Love to hear those road stories, though, always. What about you, Chad? What you got?
I'm going to go Sergeant. I'm going to go Clinton as well, too. I think they're going to pull it out. What are you thinking about that, Brian?
Slaughter and Barrow. I'm sorry. He's so good. What do you think, Giselle?
I got Sergeant Slaughter and Barry Darsow as well. Clinton Portis was great. I'm super happy he was on here. We learned a lot about him. It's so cool getting to know these people that I've never heard of before, or in places I don't follow, and finding out what we have in common and what's really special and important to them. But competition wise, I gotta go Slaughter and Darsow.
Oh yeah.
I mean, he had the
A triple threat matchup, guys. A triple threat matchup. 3 more matchups, and we are out of here.
Right.
This is a triple threat. I cannot wait to announce this matchup. This is going to be one hell of a matchup. We're going to learn a lot. There's no doubt about that. The first person we have here, guys and gals, is intelligent and multi-talented. I do not play or kid. Christopher Kid Reed, guys and gals. Christopher Kid Reed.
Nice.
Who is he drawing? Christopher Kid Reed will be up against Mr. Dan Loria.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
And he will also be up against Mr. Bill Eadie, guys and gals. Bill Eadie, Dan Loria, and Christopher Kid Reed. Wow. One of the top matches we've announced or at the end of the evening here. How do you predict that? Christopher Kid Reed, Dan Loria, and Bill Eadie, guys and gals and pals. One hell of a match, no doubt about that. Take it away, Howard.
Man, okay. I'd keep this simple. Definitely Christopher Kid Reed. and it's a really tough second. But man, I'm gonna inch with America's Dad, Dan Lauria. Yeah. Ramon, what are you thinking?
Yeah, I'm gonna do the same thing. Dan Lauria and Kid. Kid brought the fire in every single one of his answers, so I got to go with him. What about you, Chad?
I'm gonna have to go Bill, and I'm gonna have to go Dan. I definitely think you know what I mean. The older people, they're gonna be able to turn it on a little bit better, and what better competitors than Bill and Dan? What do you think, Brian?
Bill Eadie and play. Just plain simple. Giselle?
Kid. Play was earlier.
Kid, yeah, that's right, Kid.
Nope, I'm with you on that one. Kid and Bill Eadie.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's gonna be a tough one.
Yeah, I mean,
Definitely
Yeah, but-
the hardest one for me to choose.
And we have to watch one of them go away.
I know.
yeah. Oh my God, that's
unfortunate.
Not gonna like that night. Can we not have that one?
Two more to go, guys. 2 more to go. Another
All
triple
right.
threat matchup. 2 more to go. We're out of here. 4 hours and 17 minutes.
Let's
And then the
do it.
outro to find out who's facing who next week. Night 1, round 2. Triple threat matchup. One of the greatest horror film directors of all time, Mick Garris, a very intelligent man.
Oh,
Mick
nice.
Garris, guys and gals, will be facing. Well, we had one of them earlier, but yes, the other. First overall pick of an NBA draft, Mr. Greg Oden.
Oh.
Okay.
Ooh.
Greg Oden, guys and gals and pals.
Okay.
This is a 4-way matchup, so excuse me for saying 3-way.
Oh.
The third one, third individual that they'll be facing, guys and gals. I pull this up in real time. It's going to be one hell of a matchup. There's no doubt about that. Haven't seen his name drawn yet. Mr. Miko Hughes, guys and gals. Miko Hughes.
Ooh.
Miko Hughes.
Oh, man.
And then the fourth person in this 4-way matchup that they'll be facing. Mr. Dakin Matthews. 4-way, 3 out of 4 advance. Greg Oden, Dakin Matthews, Miko Hughes, and Dakin. They were at each other the first time, and then, of course, Mick Garris part of this match. Howard, take it away.
Obviously, Dakin. Dakin's going to be taking that. Dakin, I'm going to go with Dakin. Mick Garris brings this beautiful warmth and intelligence, and then it's going to be left up to Greg or Miko. I'm going to go with Miko. So Dakin, Miko, and Mick Garris for me, man. Ramon, what are you thinking?
Oh, man. I got to go with Dakin, my number one. I got to go with Mick Garris. And I gotta go with Greg on this one. This is such a tough one. I want to hear what you got to say about it, Chad.
Mick, Miko, and Greg is who I think is going to walk away with this one. How about you, Brian? What's your thoughts?
Dakin, Miko, and Greg. I'm sorry, it's a powerhouse trio. What do you think, Giselle?
I definitely have Dakin and Mick, and God, that third one's a toss-up. Oh, it's gonna go either way. I think that one's gonna come down to the engine. I think those last two are gonna be tied, and someone's gonna have to vote on that. If I'm predicting tonight, I might give the edge to Miko.
And guys, if we forgot anybody out of the bowl, let us know a little bit later. I'll take care of it, but I believe we're down to only 3. So this is it. Our final 3, guys and gals. And I don't think it's a surprise to announce one of them here because he's on screen with us. Guys and gals, top 10, maybe number 1 soon. Mr. Chad, top 10, guys. We're on 2 others. And the first that he drew will be none other than Miranda.
Whoa.
Miranda, green emoji.
Uh-oh.
And guys and gals and pals, if you did the math at home, or the score, we checked out the scoreboard, it's Phil Justin, guys and gals.
Oh, man.
All right, take it away, Howard.
Holy cow. Man, Chad, I've seen what you could do. I've actually faced off what you could do. You can do much. You can do a lot. You're fierce. Chad, you're my pick. I also know what Miranda could bring to the table. Miranda, I'm going to go with Chad and Miranda, man. Chad and Miranda. Ramon, what's going on through your noggin, man?
I am honestly going to go with Chad and Phil. Chad and Phil, good God all passionate people, but those are just the two that I think are going to take it to the top. Love you, Miranda, but want to go to Giselle, or do we want to get Chad's opinion last?
Oh, we're definitely getting Chad's opinion last.
All right.
I've got Miranda and Chad.
I have to give it to Chad and Phil. We saw Phil go against in that second chance bowl, and we saw what he could do, and he tied it with some major luminaries. I'm sorry, Miranda, but I got to give to those two. Chad.
Don't discount her. She was up with Tone Loc and John Amos.
She was.
Well, I don't know really what to say. Wow. I mean, I don't really know a lot about Miranda, and I've just seen her debate, and she believe me, she's fabulous. I mean, she brings a lot to the table, but wow, Phil, I think Phil and I are gonna walk through with this one. I know Phil can match me heart for heart and heartfelt stories. So if we have a topic that's anything like that, Phil and I are definitely moving on. Definitely.
Like that, guys. And hey, Megan, thanks for popping in. Check out the broadcast a bit earlier, about half an hour ago. You'll find out who you're facing, and might have some thoughts about that as well. Guys and gals and pals, again, let's respect everyone who's on here. Megan, Howard, Ramon, Giselle, Brian, Chad. They always bring it. These are individuals that can teach us, again, about their life experiences, their journeys, and that's how we grow. We learn from each other, and we do it in a positive fashion. To tackle some hard-hitting topics, there's no doubt about that in round two, but we're going to do it in such a way where the talking heads will feel very envious of us because we'll do what they cannot or will not. So that being said, guys, you can only do if you try. Right now, I'm going to try to hold back my enthusiasm because in this outro, at the very end, we're going to find out what our first matchup is next Saturday night. That's it. The road to round two officially begins. 1 week from tonight, our first second-round matchup for Howard, Jamie, Chad, Ramon, Brian, Giselle, guys and gals and pals. Round two begins next Saturday night, exclusively here on YouTube. Thanks for joining us. Share, subscribe, like, comment, do all that stuff because it makes us so very happy to know you're involved. Enjoy and find out at the very end of this intro, or I should say this outro, who will be facing who in round number 2 next Saturday night during opening night.
Obsession's going to be talent every time. You got all the talent in the world, but are you obsessed? Is it all you ever think about?
I signed with the Atlanta Falcons that year, was coming back to some of the campuses in 1997.
26 years ago in the same city, the Lombardi Trophy, we hoisted it and had the Super Bowl ring to show the fruits of the labor.
But I chose Brad Paisley and Dolly Parton's When I Get Where I'm Going.
It's going to reach a whole different set of people, and I think I'm not going to be able to go very many places without somebody knowing or somebody seeing the show.
With baseball, football, basketball, hockey, ain't much, it's probably past 5. It's just not much room for it.
It's just the perfect. It's a perfect metaphor for true life. I mean, it starts from the dirt and goes to a seed.
If I'm going to show them that I can make it on my own.
They want to be, and you should really,
applaud yourself at times, but practicing gratitude is my number one.
This page was a huge help for us, getting to the main roster and helping us with, any kind of question.
Hypothesis that if I choose this, if I choose to go right rather than left, it will benefit me.
The kids that are trained by the First Stage Academy here are so disciplined. Their professionalism is phenomenal.
Kelly White is just simply a scheduled out little frame on a piece of paper that I'm getting ready to mark a line through.
Goldberg versus Stone Cold, Sting and Bagwell versus, the Hardy Boys. It's endless.
Getting to know all my idols that when I was young, and just and it's a fun. This is a fun trip. This is really something amazing. And
Sure.
I'm always saying the immortal words of Tone Loc, let's do it. It was actually a blessing in disguise because that was the same time that organized sports got introduced to me.
Well, this will be fun. I'm going to destroy them.
I play the guitar and sing. My brother does the same thing. It's, I guess, sort of John Mayer-ish, Jack Johnson-y kind of stuff.
She accounted herself very well, and I will say this, if you ever get in the ring with her, respect her code breaker.
We know the intention. We know the motivation. We know our objective. I'm locked in.
Financial insecurity. Consoling someone you love who's going through a dark moment.
We like to be hanging out with each other, but we all want to kick each other's butt for this tournament. That's for sure.
Fun, but when you're handing it to Walter Payton, it's not so hard to take. But I still would like to throw it to him a little bit more.
Obviously, he became president really at the height of obviously the Cold War.
Good for the Celtics and their talent, and Jaylen Brown figured out a way to make sure it didn't happen.
Then, a little later, foolish as he was, he actually accepted it and went and actually shaved some points to win some money.
Their games and made themselves into great basketball players, and that's why I respect Steph. There's no way I ever envisioned him becoming the player he is now.
It's the guy who's willing to die who's going to win that itch. And I know if I'm going to have any life anymore, you got to look at the guy next to you. Look into his eyes. Now, I think you're going to see a guy who will go that inch with you. You know what? Maybe one of the world's problems will get solved by listening to this show. Avi, I'm gonna win this whole thing. Watch.
I know you are, Tom. I know you are.
Woo!